All right, everybody. Thanks for that extra moment. It is 2:04 p.m. and I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. It is February 13th, 2024. Clerk Rodriguez, can you please do roll call?
Yes, Madam President. Vice President Mayberry.
I'm here.
Trustee Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
I am here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
Trustee Church.
Here.
And I believe our student representative is delayed. Madam President, we have a quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, as we move on to item 1.03, he's the man of the hour. We'll be talking more about him in just a moment, but he is our new chief, and I would like to invite him to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Chief Tracy Moore. Thank you so much, Chief Moore. And more to come on you in just a moment. Now we'll move on to item 1.04, land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life. And some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. Now that closes item 1.04 and brings us to item 1.05, the ceremonial swearing in of Tracy Moore as the new Chief of School Police for the Washoe County School District. Chief Moore, I know we're going to call you up. First, we're going to talk about how great you are, though, if you don't mind. And I would very much, also like to invite Interim Superintendent Dr. Kristen McNeil. But on behalf of the board, this is a new day. And we honor each of the chapters that we've had with all of our leaders in the district, and we're so very excited to have you with us. Our children, our staff, and the role that we have in this community and the importance of safety is incredibly important to this board and to this district, which is why we have safety and connection as the beam that goes across our entire strategic plan. And the role that you play in achieving that is absolutely critical to us, and so we're so very lucky. And now I would like to invite Interim Superintendent Dr. Kristen McNeil to say a few words, followed by the administration of the oath by Clerk Joe Rodriguez.
Well, it is absolute my pleasure, and I have promised the entire team not get emotional here, but Chief Moore, I am so very, very thrilled to be able to have hired you as our Chief of Police. You have enormous shoes to fill, and I know that we honor that. But we are so thrilled for you. And if you have an opportunity at some point, which you will, you're going to look behind you and see all of the phenomenal people that are here to support you, your family, your colleagues, your officers are here to support you. And I know that you take that with the utmost respect and dignity. And we go way, way back, and you have guided us through some very tremendous issues in our school district when it comes to the safety of our students and our staff members. And so on behalf of the administration and our leadership team, we look forward to working with you. Madam President.
Thank you. So before on, and I do believe you have your family here to be introducing, I wanted to invite Clerk Rodriguez to say a few words. And on behalf of the board and the district, Clerk Rodriguez will be doing the oath.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have to echo what President Smith and Superintendent McNeil mentioned. I've had the pleasure of working with you as a role as a trustee and as a sergeant with our school police. But furthermore, I've had the pleasure of having our paths cross. And when I was a trooper, you were out there on crashes and making sure people were safe before we can get there. And I just know you're a cop's cop, and I cannot wait to see what you do with our police department. And as a parent, I'm really excited to see you in charge of our safety and security of our schools. So would you please step up, Mr. Moore?
Here, Trustee Rodriguez.
And Clerk Rodriguez, do we also want to introduce the family before we do the oath?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. I'll just start with, I guess we call it the whole immediate family, so I don't miss anybody here. I have with me my nephew Sam, his sister Savannah, their dad who's over here filming. That was my brother Ted, my wife Allison, my daughter Brooklyn, my mom Chris, my older son Tyler, and my dad Terry.
Welcome, family.
And all these.
And President Smith is okay with do the oath of office, and then at the time official, Chief Moore can give a few words.
Absolutely, he can. And I do believe one of his family members will be pinning him, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct? Awesome.
Yes. My
Thank
daughter
you.
has possession of that item right this time. So utmost confidence in protecting that.
Okay. Chief Moore, will you please raise your right hand? All right. I state your name.
I, Tracy Moore,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and the government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith,
and that I will bear true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same.
allegiance, loyalty, and same.
Any ordinance, resolution, or law
Any ordinance, resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
all duties of the office of police chief
all duties of the office of police chief,
on which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Chief.
Okay, got that?
Make it bleed a little.
Just pound it in, dear.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Atwell.
And now I'd like to welcome the trustees up for a photo with our new police chief. And now before everybody leaves, we would like to give Chief Moore the floor to finish, if you'd like to say a few words. And then the family, you can all go. You're more than welcome to stay, but Chief Moore.
And Dr. McNeil, interim superintendent, trustees, I appreciate you, for all the support you have for you. I just want to let you continue to know as trustee and Dr. McNeil, I am here for our community. That's always been a role. Trustee Rodriguez did forget one small chapter. I was his chief in a former career that Trustee Rodriguez I had was back when I was a volunteer firefighter for the Nevada Division of Forestry. So started in public safety at a very young age. It's been a passion for me throughout my career, and I looking to bring that experience and confidence and support from you all and to serve our community.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chief. All right, so that closes section 1 and brings us now to our second section, the consent agenda items. And we have today before us items 2.02 through to 2.16. I have not been contacted in advance about any of these individual items, and I don't see any lights on now. So, JJ, do we have any public comment on items 2.02 through to 2.16?
Tony McMillan for item 2.14.
Hi, welcome, Mr. McMillan. President McMillan.
I don't want to read Tracy's thing. No, I'm good. Good afternoon. Tony McMillan, Washoe County Capital Projects. President Smith, Dr. McNeil, trustees, and staff, on behalf of the professional technical employees, we would like to formally thank the Board of Trustees and the district staff, particularly Human Resources, General Counsel, Labor Relations, and the Business Office, for their recognition of the Washoe County Washoe Professional Technical Association. The district team has been nothing but professional, responsive, and supportive over the last few months. The WPTA team and the district team conducted negotiation meetings totaling a mere 14 hours for an entire new contract. I'm told that might be a record. The tremendous effort and dedication it took on everyone's part to get us to this point is very much appreciated. 5 weeks ago, the Board of Trustees recognized WPTA as an association, and here we are today finalizing a contract for our members and for the district. Last week, we shared the tentative agreement with 138 active members, and the ratification vote that included an 82% response was unanimously approved. We know that this contract will help us fulfill existing vacancies with talented new hires and allow us to retain many valued and experienced professional technical staff. We look forward to a continued great working relationship with the district and to improve conditions and outcomes for our staff, students, and school communities we serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. McMillan.
Roger Edwards for consent agenda items 2.07, 2.14, and 2.16.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards. And just so everyone knows, those front seats are not being used anymore, so feel free, anybody that's looking for a seat, you're more than welcome to sit there in the front. Welcome, Mr. Edwards.
Good afternoon, Roger Edwards, for the record, 50-year resident of Washoe County. Grandfather of a bunch, great-grandfather of two. We need to focus here, and we can't just put these things on a consent agenda when they're amounting to over $1 million. This first one, the approval and adoption of the negotiated agreement between the County School District and the Washoe Professional Technical Administrators for a term of agreement from 3 to 27. For how much money? It doesn't say anything about the dollar amount of what we're agreeing to here. This needs to be removed from the consent agenda until it can be discussed and that amount brought forward to the public. And I think you put 4 and 6 together, right? Okay, and on 1-6, a bid replace the roof at Natchez Elementary School. You know, I feel really conflicted here because, of course, we need roofs on our schools. As a retired general contractor, I know a little bit about building, but I also know that we have failing students in our classes. What needs to be focused, you know, I'm a focus guy, what needs to be focused on is spending more money on things that do not directly impact quality of education of our students. And as much as a roof is an important factor from keeping rain dripping on students' heads, I understand that part. But you know, we haven't displayed a really good record of what we've done with the last nearly $1 billion in the budget last year, and over $1 billion is coming, to turn out qualified students that are going to do all right in their life and the rest of the time that they're not in school. We need to be concentrating on quality of education. I don't care about roofs. I don't care about air conditioners. And unless the thing is catching on fire or the roof is falling in on students' heads, we need to focus. Spend no more money on anything that is not directly related to quality of education. Come on, folks. We haven't been turning out quality product. We need to quit perpetrating a fraud on the public and quit spending money. That's 1.1 million. I'm going to go into the rest of the millions on this agenda before I'm all done today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
That's all I have for consent.
All right. I will bring it back to the board, so I'll be looking for, Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.16.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. That closes section 2 in its entirety, and we move on now to section 3. These are our items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action. And so we'll begin with item 3.01. This is the presentation and possible action to adopt Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-003, a resolution recognizing February 2024 as Black History Month in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for possible action, and we welcome up to lead us through our initial conversation, Lanisha Battle, Director of our Equity and Diversity Department. Welcome, Ms. Battle.
Thank you, President Smith and Dr. McNeil and our trustees. Rule following, legal precedents, and political consistency are not more important than justice, right, and plain common sense. W.E.B. Du Bois, American sociologist, historian, author, editor, activist, founder of NAACP. One thing is clear to me. We, as human beings, must be willing to accept people who are different from ourselves. Barbara Jordan, lawyer, educator, Texas Congresswoman. If one really wishes to know how justice is administered in a country, one does not question the policemen, the lawyers, the judges, or the protected members of the middle class. One goes to the unprotected, those precisely who need the law's protection most, and listens to their testimony. James Baldwin, essayist, novelist, and playwright. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. President Barack Obama. Good afternoon. I'm Lanisha Battle, the Equity and Diversity Department Director of Washoe County School District. The Washoe County School District has been on an equity journey for some time, and the Equity and Diversity Department works to build the capacity of our more than 8,000 employees to ensure safe safety, and belonging for all students, families, and staff members. The framework for our department's work is rooted in Curtis Linton's equity framework. It speaks to 3 anchors: culture, leadership, and practice, and 4 characteristics: relevancy, rigor, relationships, and expectations. Most educators would agree these ideas are educational equity principles, which are needed in our classrooms and sites today to effectively educate all students by delivering on our promise to know every student by name, strength, and need, so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, and to deliver on this promise in partnership with our families and community. One way to deliver on this promise is to listen to the needs of the families and communities we enter into partnership with, starting in pre-K and kindergarten, to hear and respond to those needs communicated from those who historically have not been in positions of power or privilege in systems that were not created by or for them. The quote, "representation matters," only holds true when we choose to take off the blinders that make us feel safe and work together to build systems that work for all ALL students. Recognizing Black history as American history cannot be relegated to the month of February. The history of those who identify as Black, African American, and/or BIPOC is directly linked to the growth, development, and success of the United States of America. We employ our Washoe County School District educators to reach beyond the surface of conversations about the enslaved, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Rosa Parks. We invite all teachers and students to celebrate the accomplishments, contributions, and heritage of our Black and African American and BIPOC communities, and how they are a part of, not set apart from, the America we address when we pledge one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Battle. That was incredible. And I know that you also have some guests with you. Would you be introducing them now? And I want to just say that I felt that that was incredibly powerful, and I appreciate the work that you're doing in this space, and that we can all do. So while we're all looking here at Ms. Battle, and there's a role that she plays strict, I don't want anyone in this room to think that only she does this work. And it's not just the team. We are all doing this work, and we're all somewhere on a path for that work. And I appreciate that you're standing up right now and speaking these words so that we can all follow along wherever we are on our paths as well with this. So thank you so much. And you have some wonderful people here with you.
Yes, so with us today we have 2 students from Reed High School who will be speaking toward the need and purpose of Black student unions in the Washoe County School District, and they will be introducing themselves.
Welcome.
Okay, I'm Adriana Sykes. I'm a senior at Reed High School, and I just want to explain the importance of Black history. Black history is important for many reasons. It highlights the significant contribution and achievements of Black people throughout history, recognizing the strength and the challenges and adversity. By learning Black history, we gain more of an understanding of the diverse experience and perspective that have shaped our world. Exposing the systematic racism and discrimination that Black people endured and continue to face also sheds light to injustice and inequalities that exist within our society, serves reminders that the fight for racial equality is ongoing and that we must work towards a more inclusive society. Black history is an inspirational empowerment and an educational tool. So with BSU, Black Student Union, it provides a supportive and empowering community for Black students on campus. It's for Black students to share their experience and concerns within our school community and offers a safe space for us to connect with each other. Serves a platform for raising awareness of racial inequality and racism that occurs to students on campus. And BSU organizes events, work environments, and discussions, bringing positive change to the high school campus and it's important because it provides for not only Black students, but all students of culture.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Malayla Harding. I'm student body president and a senior at Reed High School, and I just want to speak on my experience at BSU. Stepping into high school, I was lost. My identity felt like a blank page, and being half Black made me feel disconnected from my heritage. This led to many struggles with my confidence and self-discovery during my freshman year. I've never been outspoken and have always kept to myself. But my sophomore year, I found Black Student Union. Little did I know that it would become a turning point in my life. During one meeting, we discussed the power of community. This word resonated deeply, igniting a change in my perspective and actions. This newfound confidence propelled me forward, leading me to become my school's first Black woman as student body president in my school's history. Through BSU, I finally found a community where being Black wasn't just accepted, it was celebrated. In my 12 years of education, I never felt like I belonged. Never before did I have a teacher that made efforts in celebrating diversity and resulting making me feel like an outsider in every classroom. But BSU embraced my true self, guiding me on a journey on self-discovery. This sense of belonging is crucial for Black students in predominantly white institutions. The isolation can be overwhelming. That's why I'm so proud that BSU has become a significant community within our school, and through our dedication, continuously growing the program with new members and events. My freshman self, lost and unsure, would have never dared to come here and speak and share my story with you. But BSU empowered me to find my voice, to claim my identity, and to believe that anything is possible. And for that, I'll forever be grateful.
Thank you so much, President Harding. That was incredible. And thank you for reminding us that the Black Student Union and these efforts, and I do believe that there is often confusion about that. We all have a place in learning. We all have a place in supporting, and all of our participation is welcome. And that's really where the power of this comes from. And you're exactly right. Black History Month is a month that we celebrate, but it's an awareness that we should have all year, because Black history is American history. And this is something that we should all be proud of and embrace learning more about. Thank you. All right, I don't see any lights on. We will come back, and I will be asking Trustee Woodley to read the resolution, but do we have any public comment on this item?
Renee Resentes.
Hi, Ms. Resentes.
Hello, I'm Renee Resentes. And as these young ladies spoke, brought back a lot of memories for me, and a lot of them not good in high school and junior high school. But thank you for having me. It's good to see you all again. When I was, well, all through school, I was one of those who didn't fit in. And I was brought here by my parents from Hawaii when I was 5 years old. And in Hawaii, you didn't attend school until years old, and everything was grassy and green. And here, it was really a shock for me. In fact, my first day of school, when I saw my mom clear across the campus, waiting for me, I ran away. I ran to her. It was like, get me out of here. But I was one of those that always, I didn't realize it until I was older, but I don't feel that I was offered the classes to really help me excel. When I realized it, I had to start doing it on my own. And so I did. And, but it was not easy to do. And so I appreciate what these ladies have to say. And I appreciate all the hard work that they are putting in. I would like to say that it would be great if we didn't just have it for a Black month, community month. Like my grandfather in Hawaii, when Pearl Harbor was bombed, he was a county worker, and he was recruited to sit up on the volcano and to be a watchman out there, and he did spot a submarine, and they did sink it. And there are so many people that have contributed to our country and our heritage. And it would be really nice if it was approached in that way, instead of just singling out by skin color. You know, I mean, my family, my mother was Puerto Rican, French, and Indian. And she told me when I was a teenager, don't tell people that you have Puerto Rican blood in you, you know, because they're gonna discriminate against you. Well, that's how it was then. It really was. Not now, but that's how it was then. And I remember hearing that and understanding her pain and how she must have felt disenfranchised from the community. So I would just like to say that. I would like to thank Jeff Church for his participation and for standing up for the conservative. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The board received an email from Gregory Reed.
All right. Trustee Church.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation and wonderful thing to celebrate the diversity, quality. I will take this opportunity because it talked about leadership and reaching beyond just words. So I will say that I'd love to see the Washoe County School District have a diversity committee. I've said that before, but I'll say it again. But just thank you. And Ms. Battle, you don't like to talk on it. You know, every time I see you, I thank you for what you do in the community. I'm not going to embarrass you, but you do so much outside of the school district that I cannot thank you enough.
Thank you. All right, Trustee Woodley, will you please read the resolution?
Yes, I will. Thank you, Madam President. It's an honor. Before I start, I just want to point out two things. I want to thank the young ladies from Reed High School. And it makes me beg the question, where's my goddaughter, Giselle Bowden, because she's not here? Please let her know that I asked for her. And I just want to clarify for everyone's education, BIPOC, when we mention the word BIPOC, it stands for Black, Indigenous, and People of Color. So, thank you. Okay, so a resolution recognizing February 2024 as Black History Month in the Washoe County School District. Whereas the Washoe County School District is committed to celebrating and affirming every student by name, strength, and need, and providing culturally sustaining environments where our diverse student population can learn and thrive. And whereas the Washoe County School District includes more than 4,000 students and families and 118 staff members who identify as Black, African American, and BIPOC represented in our school community system, and whereas Black History Month was Black History Week and initially recognized in 1926 as a period of time to celebrate the heritage, accomplishments, and many contributions of Black people in the United States of America. And whereas the Washoe County School District acknowledges the significance of safeguarding the cultural heritage and histories of Black individuals, we are committed to addressing and diminishing biases, fostering equitable opportunities for success by dismantling historical barriers related to systemic opportunity and achievement gaps, and eradicating institutional injustices for all students. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees commends the Equity and Diversity Department and Student Voice Department for their work to create equitable educational opportunities for all students, ALL, by working to hear, understand, and represent the voices and experience of our students, families, staff, and community of the Washoe County School District. Be it further resolved that the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees urges everyone in the community to honor the histories, cultures, and contributions of communities with ancestral ties to Africa, South America, and the Caribbean islands like Puerto Rico, and officially recognize February 2024 as Black History Washoe County School District, adopted this 13th day of February 2024.
Thank you so much, Trustee Woodley. Now, this is an item for action, and so I am open to a motion. Trustee Woodley, I'd like to defer to you if you'd like to take that motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-003, a resolution recognizing February 2024 as Black History Month in the Washoe County School District.
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And now let's take some photos. All right, that closes item 3.01 and now brings us to item 3.02. This is going to be a presentation and discussion to provide updates regarding the superintendent search for the Washoe County School District by McPherson and Jacobson. This is an item for presentation and discussion only, and I would like to welcome up Dr. Steve Joel McPherson and Jacobson. He's here with us. Also joining us today for various updates will be Kate Shum and Katie Louise Weir from our Professional Growth Systems team, and also Kevin Pick, General Counsel. I don't think we have Dr. Cooper, right, virtually, or we do? No. He's watching. Hi, Dr. Cooper. So thank you so much, Dr. Joel. Take it away with where we're at. We've had a busy week.
Busy but very, very productive week. So the search is well underway, and we're just pretty excited to get into it. I've just got some information to just share with you from Dr. Cooper and myself, and then I know there's some other things that you'd like to talk about. So everything's posted. The word is out across the country. And I was at a national conference last week, already having conversations. We're starting to get applications and a lot of interest. So all of those advertising venues that we spoke with you about, our website, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Council Great City Schools, Top School Jobs, NAPSI, and ALAS, they'll all have the posting out there. So anybody that is in the market or looking for a superintendent opportunity, a great opportunity, I might add, should have the information. We're also working with staff, which, as you know, district staff are fantastic. We're trying to get something on government jobs. One of you asked us if we would get that out on government jobs, and we're still trying to work that angle. K-12 Insight, which is the survey gathering engagement company that works with us, is as of I'm on a different time zone, so as of a couple of hours ago, 466 responses already, which is quite high in a very, very short period of time, which tells us there's going to be a lot more as more information comes out. My Uber driver today asked me why I was in Reno, and I told him why I was here, and he knew all about the superintendent search. So, and he was a product, so he said it's a good place. Find a good person. That was his instructions to me. And then Dr. Cooper and I have established personal conversations with each of you. And I know one or two of you haven't been able to check your calendar yet, but if you would, get back to me. I'll be conducting the trustee conversations. And then Dr. Cooper is going to be doing the same with executive staff, and I think he's beginning tomorrow. So we're poised for the best part of the search process to take place, and that is right now the engagement and education for candidates, and then it's we believe we're going to get some quality individuals that will be interested in this. And as we target later April for a presentation, we hope to bring you up to 5 outstanding candidates for consideration to be your next superintendent. And again, I think your story is a good one. I think there's people who are following you very closely. Your reputation is good. Your location is excellent. We have every reason to believe this can be a very successful search.
Thank you so much, Joel. So a couple recognition points here. I want to say thank you to the communications team. So we did just as what we promised we would. So just as a reminder to this board, we did change the opening of the survey to be as soon as practical. And you better believe less than 1 week later, that survey was done. It was posted. And I also want to say thank you to our journalism partners in the community for sharing that far and wide. And so we were able to speed up that process fairly significantly. And that survey will be open until next Friday, February 23rd, just as a reminder to everyone in this community. And now would also be a good time where I will let my colleagues know and the community that in the February 27th meeting is when we are intending to come back with definition around that phase 4 conversation. So just as a reminder, that was a phase that we agreed to do in practice, and then we'll define some of those in our next meeting, and Dr. Cooper and Dr. Joel will be leading us in that too. So we are continuing to do work and to work as efficiently and as expediently as we possibly can. So thank you so much to the district comms team, and then also to our talent team for all the work that's going on in the background. So I'll open it up for questions. This is not an item for action. If my colleagues have any questions, I mean, we approved this process before. You can see we're already running straight into it. But are there any questions? I'll start with Trustee Nicolette, followed by Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, President. Just a quick clarification. When you say responses, and that's a big number, what do you mean by a response?
Actually engaging with the K-12 Insight Framework. And we have several questions on there concerning the search, concerning skills, traits, characteristics, challenges, opportunities. I can't remember the fourth one right now offhand. But so, yeah, they're fairly thorough responses. There's an opportunity for them to, the respondent to write whatever they'd like. And the nice thing about the partnership with K-12 Insight is the algorithm that they'll use to be able to find trends and consistencies as we get those responses. And they are being coded by demographics. So staff members, community members, we've got 3 or 4 educators, administrators. So yeah, when we present that information to you, I think you'll find it very impressive. And it's a snapshot of where you are today, right? It's a snapshot of what people are thinking, and you've gone to I think you've told us, I know you've told us that you really care about how your community and your staff really feel about this search process, and we're going to get it right, and we're going to get somebody in here for a while. And I still love that quote, owners and not renters. So, that's kind of what we're telling candidates.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, since you're up here, thank you for coming back up. I'm just curious if, I'm interested in any feedback you may have gotten, the sort of dynamic between the opening in Southern Nevada now. I know they haven't started that search. I'm assuming they have anyways. In Northern Nevada, I mean, people confusing Southern Nevada with Northern Nevada. Is there any impediment to potential opening in Southern Nevada from up here? Can you share any insight to that?
Well, there's always going to be some comparisons, right? But you're a different breed in Northern Nevada than they are in Southern Nevada in a lot of different ways. I think I mentioned to you earlier, I did that search several superintendents ago as well. I don't see a lot of similarities. So I do think that, that from what I'm reading, Mr. Mayberry, it really hasn't been completely resolved yet. We're going to be in front of them. So we're looking forward to that. And, then of course, two large districts that are open in the same state, and it's getting late in the search season, particularly since most trustees and boards like superintendents to begin when school begins the next year. So I would say I think we're in great shape.
Thank you, President Smith, and thank you, Dr. Joel, for being here. I want to reiterate, and I know I kind of beat the horse into the ground the last meeting, but I'm hoping that this searching that we're doing isn't going to be the same old, I'm not going to say it's tried and true because it's failed over and over and over again. I really think we need to look out of the box, and I just want to go back that when you said we're a different breed, we really are a different breed here. We have got to get someone that recognizes the value that we have here and that their biggest desire is to be here and uplift this community and this district, and that's got to be someone who knows us. I really feel it's got to be someone who knows us and loves us. For the good, the bad, the ups, the downs, the, celebrations, the, sorrows. I mean, we need someone who, this is their home. This is their home. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's kind of a broad discussion, not an action item. But I've harped on before casting a wide net. Or we have any specific plans outside of the usual places that you just mentioned to advertise?
Well, if you're talking about an alternative candidate, somebody that's outside of the sphere of education, we typically do attract those folks because they have to be interested in a superintendency. So I do believe with the venues where we're advertising, those individuals will have an opportunity to gain an understanding of the challenge and the opportunity here.
Okay. And more of a comment, again, I'm reiterating what I said before, but say an Army general that ran the Army Training Command, a Navy admiral that ran the academy, I think would be a nice net to put out there as well. County city managers. I won't mention her by name, but we have a former county manager in town who it would be an excellent applicant. I'm not going to say that I'd vote yes or no, but what an incredible applicant that person would be. So I'll make that as a comment. Now, and a heads up to legal to stop me. It seems like a pretty broad thing, but I want to expound a little bit on that. I think I heard that what we voted on was a master's degree in educational administration or related field. And I just want to put on at the beginning, I looked at the video. There were comments that what was presented was, quote, no changes from what we did in 2022. But I pulled up what I think was accurate for 2022, and it was not the same.
Trustee Church, this is an agenda item on the search update. If you are interested in bringing that back for a further adjustment, that's certainly possible. You'll just need to get a second trustee, but we're not talking about that. But 100% we can talk about it.
Okay,
you just need to get that second. So this is just an update on the search.
That's exactly why I said heads up to
Okay.
legal, because I wasn't sure if I
We're
was
all good.
going off the agenda. So, yeah, just enough said. This is me, one trustee, but I really want to widen that. County city managers, generals, admirals, you never know who's out there that might be qualified that we don't have on the traditional path. Thank you.
Absolutely. Every stone should be unturned on this one. So absolutely. All right. I see no other lights on. And I don't think that there are any other updates from staff at the moment for this. No. Okay. So on that, we will go ahead and we will close item 3.02 and then move on to item 3.03. This is an item for possible action. This is a presentation, discussion, and possible action to designate a specified portion of finalist applicants for superintendent to reside within Nevada. And we have various presenters here to talk about this. Dr. Joel will stay with us here. And we also have Ms. Katie Louise Weir, our Director of Professional Growth Systems and School Supports, Ms. Kate Shum, our Interim Director of Talent and Employee Services, Kevin Pick, our General Counsel, and then watching on YouTube, of course, is Dr. Cooper. So, colleagues, this was the conversation that I promised we would have. And there has been a good amount of pre-work done among the staff and also Dr. Joel to have this conversation. Just so everybody understands, that's following along as the manager of the meeting and as the president of the board. It's my responsibility to create the opportunities for decisions, not the decisions themselves. And this is directly in response to the conversation that we were having. And so Dr. Joel is very familiar. Obviously, we spent the entire day in that special meeting, and there was conversations and curiosities, and we could not properly discuss that because it was not agendized. And I did make a promise to this board that we would bring it back for possible action so we could explore this. It does or does not need to go anywhere, but it is a conversation we need to have, but it has to be in a way that's actually agendized. And this is that moment now so that we can actually do that. And so, Dr. Joel, you obviously have a lot of experience with this, so I'll have you open it up. You've learned a lot about us and our personality in this search so far. And so I'll have you open it up to us. And then this is really going to be a roundtable discussion, and we'll see where we go with it.
The most effective way to cast the widest net and have the most interest is to not put limitations on the search. However, the opportunity here for people who are familiar with Washoe and Nevada or the area in the region is real, and it comes forth in your criteria that we developed when we spent that almost full day working on that. So one of the things that we would I would recommend, and Dr. Cooper would recommend as well, is that let's get into the search. Let's not put limitations on it, because any limitations that get placed tonight are going to send a message across the country to candidates that are outside of Nevada or your district. And we don't want that to happen. And so I would also say that I've done many, many searches. And internal candidates that meet the criteria are advanced, and they have an opportunity to interview, and I would assume and believe that that would be the case this time, because we are not going to discriminate against any internal candidate. We don't have a stable of candidates, but we will the candidates against criteria, and if they emerge, they'll be one of the up to 5 that we ultimately present to you. But if we put limitations on it, I can promise you there'll be an awful lot of folks outside of Nevada and Washoe County that won't apply, thinking that the board has already tipped their hat in terms of what they want to do. I will tell you, one of the most difficult things that we do in the search business is we always get the question, always when we're cultivating candidates and we're vetting candidates, is there a viable internal candidate, right? Because high-quality, experienced superintendents really are going to think twice about putting their name into the hat, particularly in Nevada, where there's so much visibility and sunshine on who's going to be an applicant. And we need to be able to tell them that there are no presupposed intentions, that ultimately the names that we bring forward are going to be those that most match the criteria, and everybody's going to be standalone, and the trustees are going to make the best decision that they can. And that works. And in many searches, internal candidates land the job because they are the most qualified. And the nice thing about our model and our search process is that you want that person to be duly vetted. You want that, assuming that they emerge as a candidate and receive the votes, you want them to be duly vetted because you want your community to own that process. So we would strongly encourage you to we got the search going. We're getting quite a bit of interest. We're going to be talking with you individually and others individually. We're collecting more data. I feel like Cooper and I have a pretty good understanding. You need somebody that understands your community, that's going to be an owner, that is going to be here for make a long-term commitment. But let's not put limitations on it, because we really want to bring you the best candidate pool that we can.
Thank you so much. If you could expand, you said that your firm does have experience with placing, and I'll say internal candidate, which to me could mean someone here in Washoe County. It could mean somebody in Nevada, quite honestly. I mean, Nevada is our home state. I'm not asking for a number, but can you expand on that? Do a solid number of your searches advance candidates from the state, from internally?
Yeah. If they meet the criteria, they get advanced, right? But if they don't meet the criteria, we're the ones that would basically say, that's our promise to you, is that they have what you're looking for. So I'll give you an example, if I may, and this has happened on a pretty frequent basis. We do everything in our power to not do what would be called a courtesy interview, right? Which is, just because somebody is employed, they're well liked, they've been here for a while, we give them a courtesy interview, because when you grant a courtesy interview, I'm talking about somebody who doesn't really meet the criteria, right? And the criteria is pretty clear. I mean, it's out there. So if you have internal candidates, if there's internal candidates to the south that are looking at this, they have to look at the criteria. But when you do a courtesy interview, what happens is people begin to take sides, right? And because a courtesy interview of an internal candidate means that people are comfortable with that individual. They know that individual. They work with that individual. You want that person, if they're going to be your next superintendent, to earn this the right way through the vetting process. So, I would say, President Smith, this is a ballpark. I'd have to go back through all my notes. But I would say probably in 1/4 of all the large searches that I've done, the internal candidate has landed the position, but they've done it the right way, and in many of those cases, they have stayed.
Okay, Trustee Wesley, followed by Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, Dr. Joel. And I'm hearing what you're saying about we don't want to chase people off, essentially. But in the limitations, you're not speaking to that we're not going to tell them that they have to live in, not Nevada, but I think they need to live in Washoe County. So that to me, that's off the table as bargaining in any way, shape, or form. So don't we need to let them know that that's we're not bargaining on that, right. Period.
We are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've already had those conversations. I mean, it's really, we will make that clear to candidates that this is not a pass-through position. This is a permanent position. It should be a permanent position. So, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you just maybe educate the board and the community for that matter? Like, let's just say hypothetically speaking, we asked for 3. I know we asked for 5, but let's say we asked for 3. You got 10 candidates, similar education, similar qualifications, similar experience. The majority of them are wide net. I guess, like, how would you vet those candidates, especially ones that might be more local?
Yeah, we have an internal rubric that we use, and that rubric would include the criteria. That's the primary vetting measure that we use. Then we would also look at education, we would look at experience, we would look at references. I think we mentioned when we talked to you last time that, we not only go off written references, we go off of unwritten references. So we make sure that they are who they say they are. They've got a good track record. We ask a single candidate before we would even consider bringing them forward. Are there any skeletons in your closet? Is there anything in social media? Because we all know that as soon as those names are public, if they haven't told us what they are, somebody else is going to tell us what they are. So that's our rubric, right? So if we have 10, Dr. Cooper and I will narrow it down, and we will, we'll divide them up in terms of vetting. We've got some other members of our team as well too. So we'll be comprehensive in that.
And I guess maybe one more question. Do you talk to their, that the superintendent or this candidate had a board of trustees they reported to? Do you speak to them as well?
To the
board of trustees. So let's say we had another superintendent coming from wherever, and they had a board they reported to. Do you speak to them?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So I appreciate that question, Mr. Rodriguez, because I will tell you, in my world, it's a red flag when they tell us we can't contact their existing trustees. So we always do. So yeah, I mean, is it 100% guaranteed to not have any warts? The answer to that is no. We also start with a personal interview of every viable candidate. So that's a 1 hour with myself, Dr. Cooper, one of our other team members, in which we really then, this is where we'll have those conversations, right, about what is your level of commitment to Washoe and to the district. So we feel really good about the way we vet our candidates, but our job is going to be to bring you the top candidates.
Thank you, Madam President.
I'm opposed to anything that would limit the applicant. If I was an applicant and I saw 25% must be from Nevada, to me, that's a red flag not to apply. To me, that's going to scare me off. So yeah, I want wide net, so I don't want any kind of additional restrictions.
Thank you, Madam President. I concur with Trustee Church because we know that you know what we desire. So we would prefer that the net be wide with the understanding of what we desire, right? The customer, right? So you know what your customer wants. So I agree with Trustee Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just to piggyback on what Trustee Woodley said, I mean, I think you sense that there's all some nervousness here because we want the right one, and I think this, I agree with you. This sends a bad message. I wouldn't support this at all. We've talked at length about casting this wide net. Not casting a smaller net closer to the shore, but a wide net. If that's the course we wanted to take, we probably wouldn't need McPherson and Jacobson. Right. But as Alex said, as Trustee Woodley said, I mean, I think you hear us. And I would just encourage my colleagues around this dais to just let this process work itself out, because I'm confident we're moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Excuse me. So President Smith asked me to weigh in. This is an action item, and although it's not required, I've always customarily advised that even though it's an action item and the action may be different than originally thought how it would go, we should still take some form of action. So the action can be, we move to reject this idea, or we move to accept the advice of our consultant, McPherson and Jacobson, or something on those lines. It just creates a better record for us in the legal world. I get the feeling that's where we're headed, so I thought I'd jump in there.
And on that note, we're going to do public comment. Is that okay, Clerk Rodriguez, if we do public comment, JJ?
Sandy Tibbet.
Hi, Ms. Tibbet, welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. First, I want to thank Trustee Church and Trustee Nicolette for their no vote at the 123 special meeting. Your no vote for a national search firm was a supporting vote for the capabilities and competencies of our district's HR staff. So thank you for expressing your confidence and advocating for our community. It is unfortunate the rest of the board did not feel the same. President Smith clearly didn't want to take on the low additional meetings required to do the search correctly to find a qualified candidate. Yes. Which I don't understand. This board has one employee, just one, and that employee is vital to the success of this school district, and yet you choose to put that very important responsibility into the hands of an outside vendor. Why? Is it so you can lay blame on them if it goes wrong again? $55K in 2022 and now another $60K in 2024. The return on our investments is the worst, which is consistent with our school district being ranked 50th in the nation. Bravo. You should have went with the expenses only option with the Bryan Group for the benefit of your campaign. Would have been smarter. This board really needs to get this one right. Our students and teachers deserve a superintendent who will be dedicated to building a long-term relationship with our community and will be loyal to the fundamentals of providing high-quality leadership to our students, our staff, and our community. I feel the only way this can be achieved is by hiring somebody who's already acclimated to and knows how to navigate our environment, like Paul White, for example. Personally, I feel this whole superintendent search you are conducting is a formality, and you already have chosen the new superintendent. I mean, why else change the job description or push so hard to hire local under the guise of casting a wide net? Hiring local, will save us $25,000 in relocation fees, which is a huge bonus since our former superintendent made sure to use every dime of her relocation money during her tenure year. Renting her furniture and never moving her husband Anthony here should have been a huge red flag to our district. Or was that the plan all along? To have her here long enough to lay out the foundation for indoctrinating our kids with DEI at preschool level and then leave with hundreds of thousands of our dollars? It does appear that way from the outside looking in. This entire community is watching, as stated by the Uber driver. Your disrespect and disdain for Trustee Church is evident, and it needs to stop. It is not on someone who is running for re-election.
Thank you, Ms. Tibbet. Nope, no clapping. Enthusiasm is always appreciated, but we do need to be quiet, and that goes for all sides.
Butcher.
Hi, Ms. Butcher, welcome.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. I love that.
Please don't clap. Thank you.
You know, clapping came way back in history, like the Colosseum times and so on and so forth. I mean, maybe even Egyptian, if I remember my reading correctly. And it is a form of appreciation. So I guess you don't like us to appreciate. But I think that Ms. Tibbetts had some very good points. But this makes me think of that dreaded word. I hate this word, equity. I was at a town hall meeting, and whenever any of the parents came up with a question about could we do something, it was like, we don't have the budget, we don't have the money in the budget, but yet we've got money in the budget to do this all over again. I'm going to speak about that more later. But anyway, I want to thank Trustee Church for bringing up like a broader type of maybe candidate to take a look at, because I think we need somebody that can do some good discipline. From what I understand and what I've heard and talked to a few young people in the community about, all of the horrible things that are going on in the schools. And one young lady said that she would not go to the bathroom and she has urinary tract infections all the time because of being afraid to go in the bathroom of what happens. So we need somebody, we need a good person and somebody who's going to stay. My gosh, how many superintendents have we had in the last 10 years? Is there 5, 7? Wow. So we're not searching something right. We're not doing something right. And if I remember right, a couple of times they've suggested we've paid for money for people to help us find somebody, and then you don't go with the board doesn't go with the recommendation of the firm. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butcher.
Renee Resentes.
Welcome again, Ms. Resentes.
Hello.
No rush. Take your time.
Thank you. I'm Renee Resentes. And the reason I'm going to speak on this is I agree with what was said back here. But I also, I attended some meetings last year and to complain about the altercations that I witnessed across the street from Reed High School, and the superintendent said, and you also, President Smith, said that, oh, that was across the street, and so that's not basically our jurisdiction. So I had suggested, well, then why don't you close the campuses and don't let them go across the street for lunch. And so anyway, nothing was done about it. I didn't like the response of the superintendent or the president, and this kind of thing is still going on. So I think that in looking for a new superintendent, it needs to be someone who is going to look at policies like that and say that is not serving our students, the parents, our community, and change it. Nothing was done. So I don't know what you're looking for in a superintendent, but I think that it needs to be someone who cares about our community, cares about the teachers, and cares about the students. This isn't working. And I stopped coming because whenever the trustees are talking and sharing their ideas, the superintendent at the time would interrupt and direct the conversation where she wants it to go. And you were helpful in that also. So I would like superintendent to respect the fact that these trustees are the ones that are supposed to be deliberating and coming up with solutions, and not directing their thoughts and conversation to where you want it to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
James Bentham.
Welcome, Mr. Bentham.
Good afternoon. James Bentham for the record. I would like my remarks placed in the permanent record. Today, I'll be speaking about searching for a superintendent. As already has been brought up, over the last approximately 12 years, we've had many superintendents. They seem to have lasted 2 years or less. If it takes more money to get a superintendent that will meet our needs, I believe we should spend more money. I appreciate what Colleen said. We need someone that's living here, knows the problems. I appreciate what Jeff Church says. We need a fixer. I believe that all these candidates need to have informed consent before they agree to be a superintendent here in this district. Informed consent. Why have previous superintendents lasted 2 or less years? That's a question that needs to be asked and answered. If we can answer those questions, then it'll help us in searching for a permanent superintendent that will solve the problems and stick around more than 2 years. Informed consent. I believe that we should inform a superintendent that we want a zero tolerance policy towards all disruptive behaviors. What we're doing now isn't working. For example, at Worcester High School, there was an incident where outside police had to be called. There were gang fights. There has been bullying in the schools. We need accountability for these types of actions. These people need consequences to keep students safe, teachers safe, and workers safe. I don't believe that we need an expert educator, as Jeff Church has said. We need a fixer, a general, a manager. We need a coach that wants a winning season. And we should ask for measurable results year in and year out to increase our academic progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentham. All right.
That's all I have.
Thank you. And thank you. No, actually, I really love the people that have their hands up. That's awesome. Like, you can rock that out all day long. So thank you so much for that. Seriously, I appreciate it. No, it's a good thing because we're here to show support. We're here to listen to you. If I might opine for a minute, something that I always want to say when someone comes up and says, thank you for the chance to speak, I want to tell every one of those people, we say thank you to you. This is your right to speak. This is your public comment. And we are here to support each other. And so I do appreciate the times when we show people, like, we believe in what you're saying, but we do it in a way that doesn't interrupt the person's time. So I really do appreciate that. And just to put it out there, we're the ones who are thankful for your public comment. So thank you. So I'll bring it back here. I will tell you personally, I like where this conversation is going. Just to kind of loop it back to the beginning, we weren't able to really fully explore this because it wasn't on the agenda, and that's why we put it. I like where we're going with it. That is where my own personal belief system aligns with. And on note, if there's not more discussion, I would perhaps look for a motion to follow the advice of McPherson and Jacobson. Trustee Church?
I'll make a motion to follow the advice of Mr. Jacobson to not change the to not add any more restrictions on the qualifications.
Okay. Well, it's for the designation of the finalists. So am I hearing that you're saying that you move that the Board of Trustees follows the advice of McPherson and Jacobson and not put additional restrictions on the finalists that will be brought to the board?
Exactly.
We're going to make sure JJ catches up with that. I might even be your second here because I like where you went with that. All right, very good. All right, so we have a motion by Trustee Church. I'm going to go ahead and take that second because I felt like we were a team on that one. So motion by Trustee Church, seconded by President Smith. Is there any discussion on the motion? Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make more of a statement before we vote. I'll vote in support of this because I do hear our colleagues, but I can't emphasize enough. I think Trustee Westlake and I share a lot of the same passion for our local talent. I do believe we have a lot of local talent here, and I hope they get a fair shake and a fair look. I'm just one trustee on this, but I know Washoe County and our state produces a lot of outstanding staff, and I just really hope we look at them a little extra, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Totally agree, Trustee. Thank you.
Yeah, I echo that. Respectfully, it wasn't just Trustee Rodriguez and Trustee Colleen Westlake. I think it was all of us that expressed a real strong desire to consider, some local talent, internal candidate or whatnot. So I think we're all on the same page here. I'm a native Nevadan. I love this state. Doesn't make me any more of a Nevadan than somebody that came in from California, though. I mean, anybody that lives and works in this state contributes to this state. But I think we're all on the same page on this. Thank you.
All right. Well, let's find out how on the same page we all are. Although I think so too. All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right. Motion carries 7-0. You were right, Vice President Mabry. We were all on the same page. So thank you so much for that. And thank you so much, Dr. Joel. We know you have to get back to the airport now. Yes, we will. And we will have the item again. Just as a reminder to this board, our staff and the community, that there will be an update on the superintendent search, at least for information, at every single board meeting. And we will continue to make additional decisions starting as soon as our very next meeting on February 27th.
And Madam President, I did respond to his email for our one-on-one.
I saw that. Thank you so much. All right, everyone. That closes item 3.03 and moves on now to item 3.04. This is the presentation and discussion regarding the reduction of current Washoe County School District bus transportation walk zones. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And with us today, we have our Director of Transportation, Mr. Scott Lee, and our Chief Operating Officer, Adam Searcy. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adam Searcy, for the record, Chief Operating Officer for the Washoe County School District. As President Smith described, this is an informational item only. But as always, we like to start off with our promise, particularly emphasizing how we deliver on that promise in partnership with our families and community. And that's really the punchline, kind of beginning with the end in mind about why we're here tonight, is to raise awareness on the opportunity before us and to maximize that opportunity in partnership with our families and communities. We're just rolling right into it. She's got a couple jobs.
It's okay. JJ never makes mistakes, so this meant this was intended the entire time.
While she's bringing that up, hopefully you have all seen the communications campaign that was begun really last week to get the word out, raise awareness on what we're going to implement starting next Tuesday. Director Lee is going to share a little bit more about that, but on to slide 3 here, it's important, as we've discussed at recent past meetings, to talk about where we've been to better appreciate where we are now and where we're going. So just some there, what the walk zones were historically for decades really, and some of the difficult decisions that your predecessors in this board made largely for fiscal reasons ahead of the FY19 school year. Since then, there was a global pandemic and a few things that we've all gone through together. But ahead of this fiscal year, the board voted to add additional staff so as to provide this increased level of service, and that's really where we are today. And I'm going to turn the rest of the floor over to Director Lee, but before I do, I wanted to at least try to highlight the incredibly hard work of his direct reports and ultimately all of our bus drivers who have had to essentially reroute the entire district worth of students to make this happen. That includes reassignment of bus routes. It's been an incredible level of work and a lot of genuine dedication from his staff. So we all hope and want to work together to make that as successful as possible. Scott?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Scott Lee, Director of Transportation. All right. So with the addition of with this walk zone reduction, there were 13 additional allocations given to us that we had to hire for. If you recall, about 2 years ago, around this time, we were in a very different spot with a severe driver shortage and 28% vacancy. And we ended up having to move to the area rotation plan just after President's Day. Well, now we're in a very different position where we have 100% staffing. Every driver allocation position is filled. And we're currently training on-call drivers as well, so we have some in the wings to replace those who are retiring or moving out of state. So we are fully staffed. So far this school year, we have completed CDL training for 43 drivers, 4 nutrition service workers, a transportation mechanic, and a transportation dispatcher. And we currently have 9 in training and 4 CDL tests scheduled for this week.
Thank you, Madam President. Directly and Chief Operating Officer Searcy, I just want to give you guys huge accolades for that. That is impressive. In a matter of 2 years, because the majority of us were here for that, and we heard from constituents pretty much like, WTF, what's going on? So I must say, congratulations.
That stands for what the fudge, by the way.
Yes, exactly. So I gotta say, congratulations. That's impressive work you two gentlemen have done for our community. I just gotta say that. So thank you.
Well, I would also like to offer that this is not something that we did alone in transportation. This was a district-wide effort with recruiting events through HR, communications. We all did this together.
That's exactly right, because we can't teach these kids if we can't get them to school.
All right, so as I said before, this will be implemented effective February 20th, so next Tuesday. We'll start this reduced walk zone, and this will impact about 2,600 additional students. 1,700 of those will be elementary school students and 900 middle school students. So this will bring our total of daily transported to around 20,000. We have some additional numbers on our SPED and CIT right there, but bottom line, we'll be doing over 1,000 bus runs a day, 22,000 miles, perhaps a little bit more each day, and 4.5 million miles a year. So. During this process, we had to go through and analyze every single general education run. Every single zone had to be redrawn. What you have up there are a list of considerations, including grade level, walking hazards, if there's railroad crossings, review by Safe Routes to Schools, any previous reviews that we had there. And to the right, you have an example of the type of map that we would be looking at with various school borders. And that dark green is what we call a walkout, and that is for Winnemucca Elementary School. That's a 1 mile walkout. So that shows where the end of 1 mile is and how things have changed. Well, it doesn't really show how it's changed because we can't display 2 different walkouts at the same time. But if you look to the southwest or southeast corner, the lower right corner of that, you can see there's an apartment complex right there. That was previously in the walk zone at 1.22 miles, thereabouts, 1.23 miles. It was just barely in the walk zone. And we have pockets like that all over that impact a high amount of students. In that case, I believe it was 81 students for Winnemucca that will now be eligible for transportation students. That same area is also at the edge of the old walk zone for Billinghurst. So there'll be an additional 63 students eligible for Billinghurst there. So this is going to have a considerable impact on students, especially in these apartment complexes where there's large populations. We'll be sending several buses up there. And if there's any questions along the way, please feel free. So on the communication, we've already begun that process. New bus route information has been sent out to schools. All of the general education bus routes have been changed, and families will need to be checking on those on our eLink website. High school routes have changed as well. There's been some modifications there. It could be a bus number change, it could be a stop time change of 5 minutes, or it could be a change of a stop location. So all general education students need to check their new stop information. And that can be done online at eLink, or the school can be contacted because they've been sent the information as well, or we can also contact our dispatch office. Those are 3 different ways that we can get the information. There have been messages sent to families by schools. I believe there's a district-wide Connect Ed as well. Flyers have been posted. We've been having media events. I've seen quite a bit. There are parent-teacher conferences this week for elementary schools, and they have their route information, so they should be able to go through that with their families and verify that everything is correct. And there's the 3 different ways that they can find information as well.
On that note, I wanted to thank Vice President Mayberry for also doing that event too. I know you took time out to do that event, and I'm deeply grateful for all of our news partners for the attention that they've given to this. This has been celebrated in the way that it should, because when we can all do better, we can get kids to school. And I personally can't wait to see how this is hopefully going to impact chronic absenteeism as well among those children who live the furthest away, particularly in the winter months. So thank you so much. Great job to you, and then great job to our communications team as well.
The graphics up there, that's the one on the left is from our website. Little highlighted portion says E-Link bus schedules. You just go to our transportation website, you click on that, it'll bring you to the page on the right where you can enter your address, and it should show your bus stop location. So it's the same as it has been previously. Just some things to reiterate is students should bring their school IDs so that they can scan on and off the bus. We can take electronic attendance, and that everyone should be checking. Any bus rider, new or existing, should be checking their stop information because it may have changed. And those are the 3 methods of doing it: through the school, through our website, or through our dispatch office. All of those will work. And finally, just a reminder, this goes into effect on Tuesday. And we're expanding services, and it feels great to have this conversation. Any questions or comments?
First, I want to say I visit schools regularly. One of the favorite parts of the job. I see the posters in school. I see parents asking administrators, principals, administrative assistants in the offices about it, and they really got their act together. So congratulations, because even when Tuesday comes, we know there'll still be some confusion because it's just going to happen. And I feel very comfortable that we have done most everything we can do to help people feel calm and comfortable and get our kiddos to school. Having said that, I look forward to the results, just like President Smith, because I want to next add our high schoolers. I want to shorten their walk zone as well. So just know that I'm looking forward to these stats, and I believe they are going to make a difference in our attendance. And I would like to do the same for our high school students. So thank you for all your work. I appreciate it. I know this has been a yeoman's job. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So on that map, Mr. Lee, that you had previous, was that Billinghurst?
Billinghurst that's actually Winnemucca, but that's the Billinghurst zone as well.
That is, okay, great. So that's amazing to hear 81 kids in an apartment complex, because when I first became aware of the issue and the concern when we discussed it last year, it was from conversation I had with Mr. Maddock, the principal of Billinghurst, and he told me about students that he had in an apartment complex. So to actually see it, here, that it really stands out, and it just is the visual, right? The visual really tells the story. I'm amazed that you were able to do all this so quickly and get the staffing and the education out there and the changes. Infrastructure is no joke, so I know that took a lot of work with you and Mr. Searcy's people. So I really appreciate it, and I really thank you. I was one of those kids that used to walk, felt like forever to school. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I'd like to also say, I just want to say, there's so much thanks in this room, but I had just been appointed. It was the summer of 2021, and the walk zones was something that was very impactful in my mom heart. Not only was it not the time to bring it up because we had staffing challenges, but this team was always committed to getting us there. And something I learned a very long time ago was that change is a series of small adjustments made over time. And this just goes to show, and I carry it back to those 2.5 years ago, because that's really where the work from this began. It wasn't just a decision that our board made in the budgeting last year. These are all steps that have been happening, that have been working towards this for over 2 years. And I want to shed light on that with the community so that they understand that this isn't just a single decision. This is many, many, many decisions made over the course of years to bring us to where we need to be, so that we're in this moment now with this change. And I'm really proud of the district and the board, and I'm really glad that we can enhance this service that we have with our kids and to their parents, so that their moms and dads don't wonder how they're doing on their way home on that long walk. And so now they know that they have a safe bus ride that will get them to school, and that's definitely a step in the right direction. Are there any more? Oh, Dr. McNeil.
Thank you very much. Well, I just want to say, as a staff member that was here during the very difficult decisions that a board had to make many, many years ago when we had to increase the walk zones. It was one of the most arduous processes, I think, that a board has to go through, as some of you have been able to see. The fantastic part of this, though, is that now with additional funding provided through the legislature, you all are able to see what can happen with those funds. And I will say, interestingly enough, there actually is a direct correlation when we're talking about getting a child to school and the magic that happens in our classrooms and the quality that happens in our classrooms every single day across this school district. So I want to commend our transportation team, our academic team, and everyone that was responsible, because even though we think that this is just relegated to transportation, this project touched many, many departments. And the work that had to go in to get this done, I appreciate the board's grace and patience with allowing our teams to be able to do it safely and to make sure that it was organized, work with our communications team so that we got the word out. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Lee, Mr. Searcy. We appreciate this update. And in case anyone's wondering, the reason why this goes into effect on Tuesday is because there's no school on Monday. So a public service announcement for all the families out there. So thank you so much. Wonderful work. Thank you so much to the teams. We appreciate you very, very much. So I think Mr. Lee leaves, but we might keep our Chief Operating Officer. I'll go ahead and I'll close item 3.04 and move on now to item 3.05. This is the discussion and possible action to approve the purchase of Promethean brand classroom active panels and associated hardware for various schools in the estimated amount of $5,941,658 from Advanced Classroom Technologies through a joinder contract, Organization for Educational Technology and Curriculum, OETC, volume price agreement. This is an item for discussion and possible action, and still staying with us is our Chief Operating Officer, Adam Searcy.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Adam Searcy. This is a rather straightforward item despite its large price tag. We've been before the board with several prior phases, if you will, or actions of this exact nature. So you're likely familiar with most of these types of details. This particular proposed purchase would allow us to complete the installation of these Promethean brand active panels across every classroom in our district. So it's very noteworthy from that standpoint, and I also kind of just wanted to highlight the financial section of the staff report that illustrates that this is being funded by a combination of 495 funds from the state, ESSER 3 funds, federal relief funds, as well as the FY24 strategic plan budget that was just recently authorized by the Board of Trustees to complete this purchase. So That's really the nuts and bolts of it. But JJ, we've got a video that we'd like to share with the board that I think tells the story much more completely about the impact that these devices have on our classrooms.
I'll say it all together, our favorite word that starts with a T that I threatened to teach you at the beginning of the year and I said I wouldn't. Thermodynamics, yay!
So my students here at McQueen High School come from a variety of backgrounds. They're some of the hardest working kids I have encountered in my teaching career so far. They really give it their all, despite their struggles and their personal lives. And some students have not had a laptop or touched one, even coming to high school. So for sure, there is quite the difference in access to technology.
The goal of the project is to bring as many of the school district's older Promethean panels to the latest technology available. Equities amongst all our schools and all of our areas is extremely important, so we don't have the haves and the have-nots. ACT started in 2005. Their ability to follow through and service us as a client on a daily basis has really kept them involved with Washington County School District. Before we went to the full panel, we have everything in classrooms. What this project did was bring a single source panel that encompasses all different technologies in one and gives us the ability to maintain and operate and train everybody with the same technology.
I've been teaching 15 years. I still consider this teaching just in a different avenue. Now I'm supporting teachers instead of supporting my students. I am Heather Cameron and I am a district education consultant for Promethean. So for Washoe, we are training the teachers as their panels get installed, coming in and showing them how to use their panels. When we're not helping our teachers directly, we are creating content to support them in their classrooms over at our office.
Same answer on the same number.
Part of what we're doing is we're going in and showing them how much easier things are with the panel, that they don't have to worry about recreating the wheel, but things are already there that are made for them, things that we've made or things that they can share with each other.
I could bring a lot more engaging and fun things on the board than I could get from a textbook in the book room. So I think it's important that all students have access to the Promethean board and using it so they can show their knowledge.
Everybody knows what a map looks like. It kind of just helps you dive a little deeper, because when you start to think about those, your mind starts to wander and you start to think like, you know, well, how does this place look on the ground? With having those boards, you know, you can see different places from a different point of view.
Oh, the old school game.
You just have to push the button. I love that share screen. We use it in leadership a lot because we design stuff and find decorations. We can just sign into the share screen and the teacher can just click on any name and our screen will automatically pop up on there. You get to see everything that we did on our laptop and projected onto the Promethean, which was really exciting.
I have noticed a huge shift with our new Promethean boards that we've had. It's definitely gotten better over the years. It's much more user-friendly. The kids are actually using it much more than even I am during some lessons. So they're up there, they're touching it, they're writing on it, they're displaying their work, and they're interacting with it.
You see how right there? I think you have an extra space right there.
Students with autism will all learn different as regular ed kids do. It's just keeping them engaged is really the key. So it also helps with the interaction because they could be typing something, they're seeing it on the board. Just watching the students' faces, you can see when they've learned something, they're excited.
This will sound cliche, but for the better, they feel like they are much more a part of the classroom when they get to interact. They feel so much more engaged and willing to participate and confident about their skills when they get to really kind of get their hands dirty.
It says that you matter, that you're special, that we care about you, that you're capable of greatness, whether you're a teacher or a student. That's powerful. When that kid walks into that school and they have a brand new laptop and an amazing state-of-the-art Promethean tool, and they're like, is this for me? Not only is this for you, you're capable of great things.
I think you need to bring a video to every action item like this. That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible. Hey, that maybe you should bring a video every time. If anybody has any clarifying questions, now would be a good time. If not, we'll go to public comment on this item.
Thank you. A couple things. I have watched the kids use these in the schools, and it's absolutely phenomenal, and it is truly fun. Nothing to say against teachers. They learn along with them, and sometimes the kids are ahead of how to use it, and the student becomes the teacher, and it's really fun to watch. I did ask about the, I guess, the refresh plan. I got an answer to that because we know that technology moves so quickly that we need to stay on top of that. Just my thought. And I think it would be very fun and cool if we could have some parent nights. I know it's a lot of work. And if we could engage parents in using these boards and have some fun, so then they can have discussions with their student, their child, and they can learn together. Just a wish. It's a wish.
Thank you so much. JJ, do we have any public comment?
Valerie Fianacca.
Hi, Ms. Fianacca. Welcome.
I'm not pretending to be John Eppolito, but I am going to mention his name. Valerie Fianacca for the record. And I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat here for a minute, although I'm not. Sometimes I'm a tinfoil hat person, but not always. I'm very concerned about more screens and technology in our classrooms. As Mr. Eppolito has so eloquently and consistently pointed out over the years, screens are harming our children. Although these are very cool, I got to say that, and the kids are going to love them. I would like to relate my personal experience with technology, and I would like to speak directly to teachers at this point. Tinfoil hat on. Teachers, please pay special attention to what I'm going to say right now, because it's really important to you in your future. I worked a total of 35 years in medicine as a transcriptionist. At the 25-year mark in my career, technology crept in. At first, I was very excited about it. It was very rudimentary voice recognition. I thought it would never take hold. It was horrid at first, but within a couple years, my work was being sent to India and the Philippines, run through voice recognition, and corrected by foreign language speakers, with final correction by me at less than 1/10 of my salary. And I made a good salary. I made more than my husband. By my 35th year of working, I was obsolete and not yet at retirement age. I see that you're going to be slowly replaced in the classroom, all the while being assured you are secure in your jobs. Soon, you will be babysitters in a very large classroom, all the while being assured that that's never going to happen, which is what happened to me, all the while being assured that my talents were never going away. Mark my words, this tech is going to replace you at some point.
Thank you, Ms. Fianacca.
John Sheffield.
Hi, Mr. Sheffield. Welcome.
Hi, I'm John Sheffield. Thank you to President Smith and Dr. McNeil and the Board of Trustees. I'm the CEO of Advanced Classroom Technologies, and I was here about a year ago, standing in this spot, talking to you about the first time that we were undertaking this. While we have been partnering with Washoe County for more than 15 years, last year we had the opportunity to accelerate that partnership with the significant rollout of Promethean Active Panel 9s to about half the district, a little over half the district. So I want to thank you, this board, for supporting that project and investing in these tools. I told you as a board then that the project would be on time and on budget. And since spring break of last year when we started that, we've deployed Active Panel 9s to more than 1,700 classrooms. This work was done in conjunction with teams from capital projects, facilities, curriculum and instruction, and IT. Countless people from the Washoe County School District stepped up to get us to this point. I want to especially thank Adam Searcy, Tammy Zimmerman, Tony McMillan, and their team from capital projects. I want to thank the Jenny Anderson and her team from curriculum and instruction, and Chris Turner and Joseph Gallegos from their team at IT, as well as Adriana Publico for helping make that video happen. I also want to thank the principals who led this change and the teachers who embraced something new. Inevitably, with a project this size, there will be bumps, but we hit the timing milestones we laid out and met the budget we agreed on. We leveraged another grant to add a few more schools and classrooms to the project before this. Our approach has been to pair the new technology tools with timely in-person professional development, as well as asynchronous training resources. Your investment provided 2 full-time educational consultants trained by Promethean but embedded in the district full-time to support teachers, as these are tools for teachers to leverage. As we saw in the video, the impact of this community's investment is clear. These tools are a part, but just one tool of teachers, leveraging them to create classrooms that foster learning. The most fun part of my job, as I heard before, is when I get to walk into the classroom and see how students and teachers are leveraging these tools to create more engaging and equitable classrooms. As has been laid out, our work is not done. We have other classrooms that deserve the same tools. In the next phase, we will apply the learnings from the first phases. We will expand the professional development, and we will continue having educational consultants embedded full-time in the district to support teacher instruction, just as we wouldn't expect students to learn all the curriculum in one year. We can't expect teachers to utilize the entirety of these tools. That's why the professional use the entirety of the tools.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sheffield. We appreciate it.
So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sheffield.
Roger Edwards.
Hi, Mr. Edwards. Welcome.
Yeah, it's me again. All right, for the record, Roger Edwards, grandpa, great-grandpa, old guy. But I've been a manager and owner of many businesses. And, you know, I'm just adding this up so you guys don't lose track. But so far, we're at $7 million on this one agenda. $7 million headed to over 200 for one agenda. A lot of this stuff seems to me it should be covered under the billion-dollar expansion that you're trying to get going on. But, you know, I'm thinking that we need to get a check from this last guy. If he was involved with your last Prometheus programs and they didn't work because we got the same results, same kind of graduation levels and rates and, you know, numbers that we've been getting for years, clearly his, I don't know what we paid him last time, but this is $6 million this time for an upgrade to a program that didn't help us. Come on, folks. Focus, all right? We need to get something that works. And you're going to talk about spending another $5.941 million for an upgrade to a program that doesn't help our students. They're beautiful. Seem to be magic stuff for in the classroom, but we're not turning out students that are qualified. You know, we've got to cut through all the fog and the nonsense and try to get down to what really counts. You know, there's a word for it. It's called focus. You know, I overuse it, but that's what I'm known for. So, but you need to suspend this. An upgrade to a program that doesn't work doesn't make any sense. And, you know, just to kind of branch out a little bit, you know, I'm in the construction business for all these years. The Truckee Meadows as a whole is focused on high density apartment buildings and so forth. So, you know, this business of trying to get a bus route that goes is going to get to be more and more important, because you're going to have these high density things all over the Truckee Meadows. with hundreds, literally hundreds of families in one block. Okay, but for this item, you're up to $7 million. Now I'm going to keep track as we go along. This is not working. We should not be spending more money on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Michelle Hall.
Hi, Ms. Hall. Welcome.
Greetings, board. I too echo Roger's comments about all told agenda items 2 and 3 combined are $206 million in expenditures. And I just wish that the priority, I feel like so many of the times that I come to these meetings, the bulk at some of these meetings is on, allocation of, I'm going to say a bloated budget, because we have a huge budget for what we get, in terms of our academic standing. So I just wish the priority would be to come back to traditional scholastics, and that means removing CRT, which has woven its way through many subjects. That's the racist, critical race theory. Okay, it's racism. And I wish, too, that we would prioritize removing gender theory, which is a total ideology of harm for our youth. They are being harmed by that. So I'd love to see those items stripped, rolled back from curriculum, and have our curriculum focus on scholastics. And I also want to echo commenter Resentes, who said basically that, essentially another focus needs to be discipline, order. Not so much the restorative justice, but keeping our kids safe. Safety should be the number one thing. And I've heard Colleen Westlake say that, safety, and scholastics. That's it, those two S's. And then real briefly, since it's come up in this meeting, President Smith was admonishing the participants here today not to clap because, according to her, it's not fair if people out here, the community that's participating, clap for some and not for others, but yet it's appropriate to do this okay. So if it's appropriate to do this for some and not others, isn't that unfair? So maybe we should just remove this too. And let's remove clapping, and let's remove any expression of approval or participation when people are going back and forth from the mic. We're not taking away time when we're clapping, and we're free to clap for whomever we want. I mean, if film and advertising is free speech, surely clapping is in that category. Yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hall.
Renee Resentes.
Welcome, Ms. Resentes.
Thank you. Hello again. Renee Resentes for the record. Okay. I think that this program looks like fun, and there's a place for it somewhere, but we're lacking in educating our kids here. I think this money could be spent a lot better in educating our children. They need to go back to writing, reading, arithmetic. I remember when my daughter was in 10th grade, a long time ago, and her grades were slipping, and she was always a really good student. And I decided to go sit in her class. So the counselor went with me, sat with me in there, and we discovered all the people coming in from lunch late. And her classroom was constantly interrupted. And so that was part of the problem. Also, there was a black girl in there who was told to stand up and read. She couldn't read. And she went through the humiliation of trying to read. And she should have been in some kind of a program where she was getting help, and she wasn't. So these are the types of things that's still going on. And our money could be spent well by, even if you invited the parents into the classrooms to help educate the kids. But I know that you don't want us there, and the teachers union doesn't want us there, and it says that in their bylaws, or whatever it's called. So anyway, I think this is too much money to spend. The kids are so many unruly and destructive, and I could just see them breaking into the classrooms to get hold of these things and destroying it. So anyway, I think I'd like you to rethink this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Resentis.
Victoria Myers.
Hi, Ms. Meyer. Welcome.
Hello, Board. I want to give a quick shout out to thanking Jeff Church for and supporting him for all the many ways he tries to support the things that we come to talk about. So it's a lot of money. Ditto what everyone has said. It's time that our kids in Nevada can graduate and be at reading level. There's a presentation here not too long ago, a month or two ago, that showed a chart where kindergarten through fifth grade, fully 80% of the students were 1, 2, or 3 grades below their current enrolled grade. And that's outrageous. This money should be going to teachers. I just can't imagine the budget here and what y'all do with the money. I mean, let's get our kids reading and writing and stop focusing on things like, you know, all the sexualization that's going on of the kids, which brings me around to a topic that I wanted to mention. Petition with 1,359 signatures from Washoe County residents who oppose what's going on in the schools regarding pornographic and obscene materials. So you might want to spend some time and money on that project. You'll be getting some packages. 1,359 folks. They're all verified Washoe County residents. And people are done with this board and the schools and the deplorable conditions and the violence. And this is not about book banning, President Smith. This is about vulgar and obscene books. The U.S. Supreme Court, the Warren Court in 1973, said about a precedent for the Miller test. We have uncovered through call numbers in Destiny a list of, we went through 144 books and we found more than 30 that meet the Miller test for obscenity and vulgarity. We've read those books here. You guys gavel us down. You've helped us establish a community standard according to NRS statute. This community standard says those books are too pornographic to be read here. Why are they in our schools, President Smith, Superintendent, and board members? When will you stand up? I want this agendized. We want this agendized. The public is speaking. You work for us.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, President Evans.
Hi, for the record, Kaylin Evans, President of the Washoe Education Association. I was in the classroom for over a decade, and I use my Promethean board every day. It is an absolute great tool to have in the classroom. That's without question. With that being said, I always want to take opportunities to just emphasize the importance that any tool is only as good as the person using it. The people in our district and making sure that we continue to prioritize staffing first and foremost. I understand that, it looks like a really high price tag, and again, I'm not on behalf of the WA speaking against Promethean boards in any capacity. But that video showed a strategies teacher, CLS teacher that works with autism. Do you guys know what we pay, starting pay for a one-on-one aid with a student with autism? $13 an hour. So that board, absolutely, important tool. If a child needs a one-on-one aid, and we're only paying $13 an hour, we can't compete with Starbucks for a vitally important position. The people over programs approach that we continue to really push is for those specific reasons. We have to get and continue to make getting more school-based supports a priority. At the last board meeting, we applauded your guys' efforts on that. The new budget really showed an emphasis on getting more positions into the classroom, so thank you for that. We have to continue to do those things, because without educators in the building, without administrators having the support, without people in the trenches, the millions and millions of dollars that we do spend on important tools and resources, they're important tools and resources. If we don't have those people, that money will be wasted, because it's not going to have the intended impact that it could, because we're not solidifying the labor force that we have in our district. And just to comment quickly, I'm not aware of anything in my organization's bylaws around not having parents in the classroom or community support, just to be on the record with that. So I'm not sure where that came from. And to be very clear, the priority of the educators in the classrooms is supporting other people's children. They go to work every day, they kill themselves, they lose sleep at night, they shed tears over other people's kids. And in many situations, they care more about other people's children than their own families do. And I don't mean that to sound harsh, but that's the reality. And so their only priority is aiding the students in our community. That is it. That's what they go to school every day for. So I just want to make sure that when we're talking about this, understand that we're not here to demonize the hardworking professionals in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, President Evans.
That's all I have for this item.
All right, I'll bring it back here to this board then. Clerk Rodriguez.
Well, thank you, Madam President. I just want to make a comment, and I will be making a motion. I do believe that this is true 21st century technology. I remember in my time, it was typewriters and overhead projectors. And so I'm glad to see us move in this direction, especially as we come a quarter way into this current century. And I mean, this is very real technology. This is stuff that, I mean, not too many of us were there, but we're planning manned mission to the moon again, and this is the way our society is going. And our technology and our children are moving into the future. And I do believe we need to fuel and meet their needs. And even with the advance in medical science that we have today, we still need doctors. So I don't see how this product is going to replace the hardworking staff and our educators. And I do need to say something else too. I do believe that our children's staff are not failed products. These are people. These are our neighbors. And I also do feel like I need to correct a record. Just today, this morning, I was in a school and there was huge parent involvement in the school. And as a matter of fact, one of the parents actually just became a guest teacher for the school. So I must agree with President Kaylin Evans that I would love to see where there's some sort of policy or administrative regulation that is prohibiting our community and our schools. So with that said, I'm more than happy to make a motion. But okay, please come back up, because I 100% support this.
Sure. Trustee Westlake, and then we'll come right back to Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Smith, and thank you for the courtesy, Trustee Rodriguez. I think sometimes it's hard for people to really picture what's actually taking place in a classroom if they haven't been in the classroom and witnessed what's happening. And that would have been me a year ago. But having been in the classrooms, I can assure you these are completely interactive. Work is being shown up on the board, and the teacher, God bless them, can move around in the classroom and bend over and work with little Johnny on part of the lesson, and then they move over to someone else. They have a feel who's going to be struggling on particulars. And this frees the teacher up to be able to go over and almost do a short little one-on-one or a small group if the kids are sitting at tables of 4 and 5. So it's not just the boards up there and stuff's being projected and the teachers at her desk and not involved. That's not what's happening with this product, and that's not what's happening. First of all, I don't know of any teachers that even do something like that, just remove themselves away. They're hands-on, they're working with their students. It's just another tool to allow the teacher more freedom and more access to children on an individual level. So I'm hoping that gives a little clarity, and because sometimes when you hear things, you picture it in your mind, and that's not really what's happening. And what's happening is these teachers have more freedom to work with one or two students that really are struggling. That, you know, it'd be great if the teacher could stand up there and the kids are, and she's just la 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 la, spitting out the lesson, and all the kids in the room are just, they're getting it, you know, they've got it, it's slam dunk. That's not what's happening. We need our teachers to be able to address the students that are struggling, and having these kinds of tools allows for that. So thank you for letting me give my spiel.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. Trustee Church, and then I'm going to come back to Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you. I'm inclined to support this. I listen. I understand what the speakers are saying. At the risk of being spanked by legal again, I won't go into all the issues. I could go on for 20 minutes about quality of education. That's not the agenda item. The agenda item is whether we approve these or not. It will improve the quality of education. It is a lot of money. If we don't do it, the quality of education is not going to be improved. That's not going to help any of those issues. You know, Ms. Myers snuck in some other issues, which I'll talk about later when it's appropriate, but, and good job. But this is a specific agenda item, and I know it's a lot of money, but I'm going to support it. And I want to up too that it comes from various funding sources, not just out of the general fund. So that's basically why.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the purchase of Promethean brand classroom active panels and associated hardware for various schools estimated at $5,941,658 from the Advanced Classroom Technologies through the Joiner Contract Organization for Educational Technology and Curriculum Volume Price Agreement.
I second the motion.
All right. Motion by Clerk Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. 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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. And that closes item 3.05. We're going to go ahead and take a tight 10-minute break. So let's bring it back here at approximately 4:27. We'll do 11 minutes, 4:27. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, let's start taking our seats.
I don't really want to.
All right, I'm going to hit the gavel. And we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you, thank you. All right, everyone, it's 4:29 p.m. on Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, and we are continuing on in today's regular meeting. We just finished item 3.05, and now we have 3 items ahead of us. These are all largely connected, and so these are items 3.06, 3.07, and 3.08. We'll be opening these 3 together. We have our same presenter, and so although we will take individual motions, everyone, individual motions, but we are opening all 3 items together. This is an area for public comment, and so we will hear public comment before we move to any votes. And so we welcome for these 3 items, 306, 307, and 308, we welcome our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Smith, trustees, Dr. McNeil. I appreciate you guys having me today, but I'm excited to bring these projects to you guys from the recommendation of capital funding and an approval, hopefully at the end of this. So we're going to start with Vaughan Middle School rebuild, a funding request for construction for the guaranteed maximum prices for phase 1 and 2. So I'll get further into that. Here's our promise: to know every student by name, strength, and need, so they graduate for the future they choose, and we will deliver on this promise with the partnership of our families and our communities. So the history of this was the #1 priority out of the facility modernization plan. We had many community outreach meetings about this, and it was started a little early because it was so highlighted in needs. The Capital Funding Protection Committee and the board approved the design funding in December of 2022, and we retained TSK Architecture for the design for this, so they're the architect of record, and Clark & Sullivan as our construction manager at risk, or CMAR. So this is the phasing for Vaughan. It's very similar to what we did at O'Brien with the phase 1 of grading, demolition, and the construction of the school. You can see the picture of the new school up there. And where the fields are, that's where the existing building is. So it allows us to leave that building in place while we build the new school. Phase 2 is the demolition of the old building and the construction of the fields in that spot. So we're talking about starting construction June of 2024 and opening in August of 2026. So changes and improvement. We've done O'Brien, we've designed Vaughan. There are some changes based off of lessons learned. The square footage is a little bit more because we've had to add some more circulation in that to take those kit parts and put them back together different than O'Brien to make it fit on the property at Vaughan. So there's renewables that we've done on there. We can't fit geothermal just because of the size of the parcel, so we put solar up on the roof. So that'll be a great thing to offset some of those utility costs. Shade structures, there'll be 2 of them out there on the fields. Interior wall protection, lessons learned at O'Brien. We are adding it to O'Brien now because we've learned of some of those areas that students congregate and create that issue on the wall and that. So we'll protect that in this Vaughan building. Interior wayfinding, we'll be adding that. Offsite improvements, there's more vehicular and pedestrians on this, but it's very similar to O'Brien. And then we do have a cell tower relocation that's part of this project because we currently have one. It's going to be really close to the building if we left it, and we have to relocate it in order for it to function properly. The construction phase funding, you guys are pretty familiar with some of these buckets. Construction for phase 1 is $98 million, and you can see all those. Professional services, furniture, fixtures, and equipment. So those are the typical 3 buckets that you guys have seen before with those estimates for each of those phases. So we're talking phase 1 now, construction, and starting in June of 2024, and then phase 2 with the demolition won't start until later after we open the new building. So phase 1 and phase 2 in there. Those are the dollar amounts for them. Cell tower relocation has a little bit of cost in phase 2, and then we bring it down to a square footage price because that helps you relate it to our other buildings that we've done. So in the next slide, you'll see professional services. We're breaking that down so you guys can see where we spend all of that. We have a lot of other hazardous materials with the existing building. owner representative, which is our inspection and supplementing our staff to actually inspect it and make sure we're getting what we're paying for that. We have in-house for review of things, inspection, roofing inspection, commissioning, and building permits, etc. So that 4.7 is really what you see back in here at the 4.7 for professional services in phase 1. So tie that together. Construction cost comparison in O'Brien, which was bid in 2020. We're now in 2024. So you can see there's a little bit of a difference. We've actually compared it to our recent elementary school of $443 per square foot. It's a little bit more, but a middle school has more amenities than an elementary school in them. So cost comparison for that. Schedule for GMP1. GMP is our guaranteed maximum price that we get from our construction manager at risk, our CMAR. So it means that this is what they're guaranteeing to do that phase 1 for. So permitting, we've already put it in for permits so that we can hit the ground running once we get bids in that. Our construction manager at risk, Clark and Sullivan, will actually put it out publicly to bid. So it is a bid project, and we work through that with them to come up with a total bid price that they present to us. We'll start construction in June of 2024. Construction for it is approximately 14 to 19 months, with school opening in August of 2026. So next steps, we talked about bidding. We'll bid guaranteed maximum price 2, which is the demolition and the fields. We'll bid that next year about this time. Spring of 2026, we'll get those bids and we'll get the contract taken care of, and then June of 2026 to spring of 2027, we will actually do that work. So that will complete all of this for Vaughan. And the ask is $125 million for this construction phase.
All right, so since we have these open, let's pause here. We're not going to be doing motions at the moment because we're going to be going through all the presentations. But are there any questions or points of clarification on this item?
Thank you. I don't really like guesses, and I know you don't either, but given we just came off of O'Brien, when we look at the phase 2 with the athletic fields, the outside work, any best guess? I know you don't like to do that, but just a
best guess of
the outside.
Of outside meaning
the building's done, the
building's done.
The FF&Es are all, everything's good, the kids are there. Now we're going to work outside to do the fields and the outside work.
And what are you asking about the outside work? When it's going to happen?
How much do you?
How much?
How much is it going to cost?
So if we go back to that phase 2.
Because what I'm trying to do is I'm thinking of the $125 million, and what might the final cost be by the time it's all done?
So on this slide for the construction phase, it has an estimate for phase 2, which is the demolition and the fields.
And the fields.
And the fields. So that's both of it in there for the $11.8 million of that phase 2. So that's demolition of the existing building and then putting the fields back and all the amenities out there by the fields.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, Tammy, for being here. This is awesome. I did have a question, though. JJ, can we go back to the picture, the field? Yeah, right there. Okay, so that looks like, is that soccer, football? I don't think any middle schools have football teams, or are we looking at it to be like a community use? Because the last I thought was like girls softball would practice and play there at the Vaughan now. So what would the field be used for? What amenities and what kind of field are we putting in? Are we putting in artificial turf, or are we going with grass? Because we know water is very, very expensive.
So this is just a depiction that the architects have put out there. It has a field. It is a flat field. Softball will be using 2 backstops on there. So it's a joint use field with the city of Reno, right? It will maintain that. We've worked it out with them to still partner with them. It will be a natural grass field. They help us with the maintenance of that with our joint use. So it could be, they'll still have the softball fields on the corners they'll go across each other, so the outside outfields will kind of overlap a little bit with them, but they could also be used as a flat field for soccer. They use it a lot for Pop Warner football practice over there. It's a joint use field, so they do accept those. It will have a little bit of a running path around the exterior so that they can still maintain a track, because middle school still does have cross country and track items.
I have one more question. Thanks. Did we look at the comparative cost of an artificial turf and what that costs to upkeep and replacement 8 to 10 years, but the replacement is not near as expensive as the initial artificial turf being laid down? Have we looked at the cost comparison, what water costs, groundskeeping, fertilizing, weeds, mowing, all of that in comparison to putting down an artificial turf and done for basically 8 to 10 years?
So we look at that with all of ours. A lot of the sports teams like to run on natural grass for that. And working with the city of Reno, we looked at and provided those options with them. And ultimately, we came up with the decision to put in natural grass. We can work through with our energy and sustainability manager to actually talk about and put together items to show the difference in the cost for that. Putting turf back in, every year you wait, it costs more. It does. I mean, they're about $1 million to put them back at a high school football field.
Okay. I would like to see the comparison.
We can work on some comparisons.
Okay.
But I can't give you the exact comparisons off the top of my head today.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing no other lights on, let's move to the next presentation.
Central Transportation Modernization Plan. So again, our promise to know every student by name, strength, and need so they graduate prepared for the future they choose, and we'll deliver on this with our families and in partnership with our families and communities. And the history of the project. We did some conceptual studies back in May of 2020. Central Transportation Site conceptual design we started in April of 2022. Just to get an idea of what we were looking at. They're over there in an industrial area and what transportation actually needs moving forward with all of this. So Capital Funding Protection Committee and the board approved the design funding in December of 2022, and we hit the ground running. We provided an update in December to Capital Funding Protection Committee as well. The existing site plan shows a phasing. We started with the phasing of it to determine what we could do, how we needed to move people around and still keep transportation in service. That building on the east or the west side is their existing transportation. They do fleet maintenance out of it and dispatch. And we'll have to keep them up and running, so we're trying to determine how we do that with the phasing plan. So you can see we have phases 1 and 2, which is on the east side, because that is where the new building is going to be. So we're going to end up relocating the white fleet building on the east side down to South Transportation so we can build them the new building here. So we've done that on purpose and worked with transportation just so we can get them and keep them up and running and get the building built. So this is the proposed plan for phasing. You'll see the new building on the east side. It has a couple extra bays. It has a bus wash. We will be replacing the fuel islands because we cannot find parts to actually repair those. So we're going to be doing a lot of that and bringing them in compliance with the fuel permits and that over there. Providing parking for staff as well as busing. And then you can see the phase 3 over on the other side is really for bus parking. And we'll get rid of the existing building and then pave it. We'll be putting in infrastructure for EV charging in that phase for hopefully more buses for that. The construction phase 1 and 2, which is the first phase that we're going to be talking about, request is the construction estimate is $40 million. Professional services is $4 million, and FF&E, furnishings, fixtures, and equipment is $1.5 million, for a total of $45.5 million request for this. We've broken down again our professional services so we can be a little bit transparent with exactly where we are budgeting all that funding for. The schedule design is complete. We put it into permitting already. We've got bidding phase. This will be a hard bid item. So it'll go out competitively bid to our contractor. Anybody can bid on those. So hopefully we get some good competition with that. We have construction starting in June of 2024 for that. We will be back for the phase 3 funding request in a future capital funding and board meeting for that in FY25. Phase 1 and 2 will be complete in June of 2026, and then phase 3, the bus parking, is anticipated to be complete in August of 2026. So next steps with that, today we're asking for funding approval, then we will come back in spring of 2026 and bid phase 3. And spring of 2026, we'll actually start construction of phase 3. So completing all of that there so that we can fit all our buses and our staff in that building and not have them parking on the streets. So a request for $45.5 million for that item.
Trustee Church?
This all looks good. No crystal ball. If we wait, do prices go down? Labor market's tight. But I think I'm supportive of it. But my big question, we own a lot of land. This looks like it's centrally located, but did we look at other land to maybe build a whole new facility and then we don't disrupt what's going on there?
It was determined because of the centrality of this and the need for it in that area with bus routes and that to actually put it here. Yes, we own other pieces of land, but this will make it more functional and better for our staff to actually have buses out of. We have north transportation and we have south transportation, so we kind of have them spread out for that very reason.
So this just popped into my head, so if it comes out really stupid, you can blame me, but this is located very close to us, right nearby.
Central transportation is actually down at the east end of town by the Alamo truck stop. Behind that.
That's where this is?
That's where this is.
Okay. But you think that's centrally located?
It splits all of these around. We've got north transportation that's up in the North Valleys. We have this one in the valley here, and then we have one down at South Transportation.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, Tammy. Yeah, I was at the facility last week, and it's rough. It needs an upgrade. Only question I have is I noticed a map, the North Truckee Drain. Is that covered on that property?
Yes, it's covered.
Oh, great.
And we'll be able to take advantage and we'll be able to pave some of those additional spaces that are gravel now for them so that we can keep that lot clean.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights on, I think we can move on to the third presentation.
All right. Design phase budgets as recommended by the 2023 Facility Modernization Plan as approved in December that was presented by Canon Design. So we'll move on to our promise is again up there for you guys. Some pictures of us doing our Facility Modernization Plan with Canon Design. Here is phase 1 and the phases of our Facility Modernization Plan. They're really tiny. I just wanted to show that so you can see how many projects are sitting on there. And then we'll dial into some of the projects we're going to talk about today. So there's 5 of them listed on here. We have the New Stead Elementary Rebuild, Loader Conceptual Study, and then we move to the next one, Reed High School Modernization, Worcester High School Conceptual Study, and the Matthews and Palmer modernizations. So these projects are more shovel ready right now. It is February. I feel like we're hitting it right out of the gate. We did just approve this in December, so we're on it. Stead Elementary School rebuild. You can see the white star with Stead on Stead Boulevard. Not ideal location. How about we move it to Silver Dollar where it's within the community so that they can have a community school off of that main street. We're lucky enough that we purchased that property with the development going in there, so that's a great opportunity to do that. Now, there'll have to be rezoning and all of that comes up, and school naming and school closure with this. So there are other pieces that have to happen but I named, we said Stead Rebuild because that's what it said on the facility modernization plan. I wanted to show you what we've spent in design phase funding for all of our elementary schools. We are using the prototype elementary school. So the latest one we did was Stonebrook at $3 million for design phase funding. That is a budget item, a budgetary amount, so is this. So Stead Rebuild, we're asking for $3.5 million. There's a little bit of a difference. That one in Stonebrook had a little bit of pad readiness to it. This one may take a little bit more, and it's 2024. That was 2022. So we're trying, it is a budgetary item. Just scopes for the services: schematic design, design development, construction documents, and construction administration. Then we also have a lot of our other ones: review for permits, commissioning, roof consultant, utilities, all of those that it takes to actually design a full building and get it ready for contract with a contractor. This item, because we are using the layout of our existing, our prototype, it will be a hard bid. Next steps, we're going to be coming back in August of 2024 for funding request. And then that we can start the ground running because it's not contingent upon capacity for students in that. We can actually start early enough to get out of the ground before winter, not wait for enrollment projections out there because we know we need it out there. Anticipated opening is August of 2026 for this. You can see some of our conceptual layouts that we've already, way back when we bought the property, we've been working on. So we're ready to hit the ground running for this design. The next school that we'll talk about is Reed High School modernization. Reed was built in 1974. I'm not going to say it. I said it at capital funding, and they made fun of me. So Reed High School modernization. This picture was in the newspaper not too long ago. It's an aerial of Reed High School. The only street you see on there is Bering. Sparks Boulevard had not been built yet. So, and it's a nice black and white picture. Reed High School modernization. A while back, we did some conceptual studies with collaborative design for McQueen and looked at Reed. So we have some ideas to start with. It's so shovel ready. So we've done some of the work. We know some of the pieces that they want or need, and then we can take these designs and duplicate them at Galena and McQueen. So that's why we want to start one at a time of these, is so that we can then replicate it and also use some lessons learned in those. So the Reed High School modernization, it's slated for a $90.4 million investment in the facility modernization, but we're asking for $12.5 million design budget, and it has the same kind of scopes that we'll be needing to actually design it. We will prioritize and are already working on prioritizing the educational specification items that are coming out of the ed spec. So we have that because we're going to be working with that budget in mind. We're going to be adding classrooms because we're going to get rid of some of those mobiles out there, not just some, but all of them. We're going to put them under one roof so they can create that school culture and not have them out in the mobiles. This will be a CMAR delivery is what we're anticipating because it is going to be on an active campus during school with students. So we're going to need them to help us with logistics on that. The next step after we start design is to procure a construction manager at risk for this project. We'll move on to Matthews Elementary modernization. Matthews was built in 1997. It's over by Paradise Park. We've done some conceptual modernization studies with Van Wert Bogoti Architects. They are the architect of record of all of those what we call the pinwheel schools. So we've already done a little bit of work with them, and that's who we would be working with on this because we're not going to reinvent the wheel with another architect. They know the building, they have the plans, it just makes sense. Also with this, we did some work with Canon Design. They've come up with some concepts as well through the facility modernization plan, and we'll look at those as well with academics and the school community. So Matthews Elementary is slated for an $8.1 million renovation. So that's total, and the design budget that we're asking for is $1.3 million with those same type of scopes that we'll need to have in there to design that building and look at every opportunity we have. We will prioritize those educational specifications to know what we're working with up to that budget. We will be taking out the mobiles and adding classrooms if need be for that. And this will be a construction manager at risk, a CMAR delivery method as well, because it will happen during the school time. And we need them for logistics and help with fencing and all of that, and communication with the school and the principal to make sure that they have what they need to continue having school there. We'll also be able to replicate this to all of those other pinwheels that we have, Alan Bennett, Alice Smith. That helps us to have lessons learned again for that. The next step will be procuring a construction manager at risk for this project. So Palmer Elementary modernization. Palmer was built in 1981. Canon Design has come up with some conceptual studies for that, with thinking about our ed specs and all of those portions of it. Palmer Elementary is slated for an $11.7 million renovation. Same kind of scopes, but we're looking, as we've seen before, within that design budget, we're looking for a $1.5 million design request budget for that. We'll still be looking at ed specs. The pods, what we call these the pods, are different than the pinwheels, so we're going to have to look at all of those and see what they need based off of what they have now. They do have a mobile out there. I'm pretty sure it's one. I'd have to double check it again. But we will be getting rid of that and adding capacity inside for that. This replication, we could replicate this at the other pods, Diedrichson, Gomes, Lenz, and Whitehead. So same thing, lessons learned. It's kind of a rinse and repeat today. CMAR RFP, construction manager at risk, would be the next step for this. So facility modernization conceptual studies. There are some items in that facility modernization that we actually need to study a little bit before we start moving into design. That's Echo Loader Elementary School, rebuild, and Worcester High School. So Loader Elementary School, we're proposing a rebuild on site with the conceptual study. That tells us where we can put parking, if our prototype fits on there, what we have to do with those kidda parts, where circulation is, where the busing is, how does it fit on that existing property. This is kind of a conceptual. There is a flat field to the east of Echo Loader that we would be proposing to build the new building on, and then working with the playground parking on the west side. So that's what that conceptual helps me to do with the consultants, is to look at where things sit, how the dimensions of things, how they work, what does it do to the traffic patterns there. That's what that conceptual will help us to understand and know if we can fit that onto this property. So Loader Elementary School is a reconstruction, just like we're doing it in this Silver Dollar property. We're asking right now just for the conceptual study of a $0.2 million request for those items on there. We talked about it'll be the current prototype that we're doing, and it is required before the repurpose of Corbett on the facility modernization plan. Next steps, we would come back for full funding design in FY25. And then there'd be zoning advisory, school naming, and school closure for Corbett, and that if that's where it goes. So there's a lot of other steps after this. Worcester rebuild on site. Worcester was built in 1962. Worcester conceptual study, you can see on the left-hand side, that's what Worcester is in an aerial right now. And on the right-hand side is what Proctor Hug High School is, minus the golf course. But it takes a lot of to put those educational specification fields and the outdoor amenities onto a site. So we're gonna have to really noodle this and work with an architect to actually, and consultants to see what fits and where. Worcester High School is a full reconstruction. We're asking today for a conceptual study budget of $1 million to do building footprint, options for site circulations, parking, all of those utilities. We're going to have to be working with NDOT, RTC, and all of that in that neighboring corridor. We will be working towards a current high school or Hug High School prototype that we have to fit on that property. And it's required that we do this before we repurpose Corbett and actually get Worcester, get this study done so we know what we're going to be doing with Corbett if need be. Next steps, we would be coming back in FY26 for full funding design for that. But it's going to take us a little bit to actually wrap our arms around Worcester and all of that, because it's more than just an elementary site or even a middle school site. So the funding allocation requests for design, each of them are itemized here with a total funding of $20 million for design and conceptual study allocations.
Thank you very much. Just something for everybody's clarification. All of these projects we've been talking about, these are all WC1 funds.
We work with our chief financial officer to determine WC1 funds or PAYGO or all of that. So,
very good. And just as a reminder to everyone, WC1 monies are dedicated exclusively to facilities, revitalization, building, just so that everybody knows that these monies are not monies that we would use necessarily for new police cars, for example.
That is correct.
Okay. Yes. All right. We'll start with Trustee Church and then go to Trustee Westlake and then probably go to public comment.
Thank you. So I'll try to be quick, but I do have a few comments. These would all be bonded, correct?
We leave that up to our chief financial officer to determine the bonding and that for it.
But the higher the bond, the more that hurts us. I mean, inflation, if we're bonding at 7%, had we done it a couple of years ago, it would have been better, but we couldn't. I mean, is that basically correct? The higher the bond, the more
That's something that the chief financial officer should answer for you.
Okay. All right. Don't see him. So Worcester, Corbett, as I understand, is going to be potentially repurposed, which may be a fancy word for closed. When you look at the concept, are they going to be looking at possibly taking that over as part of Worcester?
It could, depending on if we need fields in that, but at this time, we're going to work to fit it into the property that we have. But if something changes, we will absolutely be back to you guys to show you that and show you why and where we go next.
It seems like it could, and it seems like, you know, you have to go through the city, it's not easy, but Villanova Drive is not utilized for anything except for school. That potentially could be closed for that segment to make it all one. I'm just conjecture, but looking at the map and, you know, at the canon design thing that we did. So all these would go out to RFPs, and if we don't like it, if they come in high, this will come back to us, correct?
RFPs for design?
Everything we've talked about.
So consultants, we have an RFP pool for architects in that already situated. Consulting services, architecture services, and professional service are exempt from RFPs typically.
So at what point would any of these come back to us if they were perceived as being too high?
They'll come back to you with a professional contract before the board to be approved.
So if there's something we don't like,
yes,
we can
they will
address it
yes.
at that time. So the main thing I want to talk about, and I'm pretty positive this is all within this, is the oversight for this. I attended the audit committee, learned some very interesting things, and they indicated that there is no auditor. There's chief auditor, 3 auditors, none of whom are paid with WC1 money. Do you have any knowledge on that?
Is this the same question that you already answered before about how the audit committee works? Because I know you sent that question and you got an answer back.
Right.
That's already on the public record, so I just want to make sure it's the exact same one.
Yes, basically, what is the audit oversight of all these millions of dollars?
Did the question you get not? Do you want me to read that? I can look for you.
No, I've got it right in front of me. I just kind of want to put it on the record and discuss.
Did you read it then? I mean, read it. Would you mind reading it? Because that might help. That way, in this, so everybody knows the public has access to the exact same answers that we do. They're all part of the public record. So that way, everybody knows it. And then it's also posted so that you can see the questions we ask and those answers.
Now you're making me find it, but I think I've got it here. Gosh, I'm having a hard time finding it. I know what I asked was basically what I just said on the audits, and I don't know.
The interim superintendent has the answer right here, and she's more than happy to read it.
Okay, you're faster than I am. Thank you.
What audit oversight is there on these funds of over $125 million? Question mark. Other than internal audit, are there any other spending oversights? Yes, a third-party audit Protivity was completed in December 2020. See December 28th, 2020 regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. The audit recommendations were immediately implemented by the department. Additionally, there is also another third-party audit, BDO USA LLP, currently in progress, focusing on professional service provider activities, e.g. architects, design firms, engineers. Within the last month, January/February 2024, the Deputy Legislative Auditor and a small team from the Audit Division of the Legislative Counsel Bureau spent an entire week co-located in the Washoe County School District Brown Center. The Vaughan project itself will be publicly advertised and competitively awarded, and administrative control will be retained by the district in the form of multiple owner representatives who will review physical work and documents related to every contract. Are any WCSD auditors paid WC1 funds? ? It appears that at least one should be funded from that to oversee such spending specifically. Answer: no, paid out of the WC1 funds. Question: how many auditors are there in the internal audit department? Answer: 3 internal auditor positions and 1 chief internal auditor position, 4 total.
So much better read than I could do. Yeah, so my point is, and just to clarify that last statement, because it was kind of like a comment, there are no auditors paid out of WC1 funds. So what would it take? I don't know if it takes an agenda. I don't know if the superintendent can do it, but I'd like to discuss or see a dedicated auditor.
We're off the agenda.
We're way off the agenda. If you want to see that, which is no problem, you would just get a second and then we could talk about that, but we're just on these projects right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, just for the record, my concern is oversight in general of the spending. The more oversight, I think, the more people are attentive to staying within the lines. So that's my main concern. Thank you very much.
Legislatively, we have the Capital Funding Protection Committee, correct?
That's correct.
Are they defined as oversight?
They are defined as oversight.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. JJ, can we go back to Worcester? I don't know what slide that was. How old, do you know how old that picture is that you took of Worcester? Is it in the last year?
The overhead of that?
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and look.
Well, having graduated from Worcester in 1980, that's what the field looked like then. And so I venture to say that it hasn't changed, and at the risk of, running the same spiel here, we live in a desert. We are constantly faced with drought. The upkeep on these fields and the amount of water and reworking of the sprinklers to making sure that it's hitting the whole area, the wear and tear of athletes that are using a field for both soccer and football is extensive. I mean, brutally extensive. And for every athlete that says they'd rather run on natural grass, that there's always going to be divots, bare spots, troughs where knees are twisted, ankles are twisted. Having raised 3 sons that were all athletes, an artificial turf, you're not going to see this. You're not going to have the cost of water. We are constantly being told that we are going into a drought. Constantly. I mean, I can't remember a year where there wasn't something in the news or on the radio saying we're going into a drought. As good stewards and partners in this community, and we're wanting to grow. We've got more people coming in. That's going to be more need for the water that we do have. I'm just not sure we should base putting in natural grass with the cost that it is. And I can almost guarantee you would look like that within a couple of years and continue to look like that, and people tearing their hair out trying to keep it in a satisfactory and safe condition. I just think
that it's not being responsible. My son played at Reed. There was constant ankles and knees being twisted because of the unsafe condition of the field. We have an opportunity now to do it right. We live in a desert. We're constantly in drought. The cost of maintaining a field so it doesn't look like that is enormous. And I just want to put it out there. I really think we should consider that, because you can't run 2, sometimes 3 sports, practicing and playing and being a community center that helps our youth athletes, Pop Warner, Sierra Youth Football League. You can't be supportive of a community running 2 or 3 sports, continual use, continual abuse, and keep a field that isn't going to turn out looking like that within a few years.
Thank you, Trustee Wesley.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Woodley, and then we're going to go to public comment and then bring it back for individual motions. Okay. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. Real quick, Ms. Zimmerman, as we look at that map specifically to the Worcester High School, and we know that we have constraints with the size of the layout, is there any constraint with regards to going how far vertical we can go in any structure there?
That's part of our conceptual study, how tall we can go, can we save that space, how it fits together. That's why we need to do these conceptual studies, is so that we can answer those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one quick question. I just want to make sure and verify that the current principals, or like maybe newly promoted or oncoming principals that will be in charge of schools, do they have a seat at the table when it comes to design, things like that?
We will be working with academics in the school community, which is the principal and the assistant principals, to actually work through that process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Tammy, imagine, just because I know that we had to go through this with the FAA when we put in the Worcester lights, I would imagine, because Worcester is so close to the airport, that they will be involved with this as well too, because of that, especially if we're going to look on a vertical aspect.
Yes, and that's part of the conceptual, is to talk about that, just like we did at High School with the cone of the flight path.
Right. Thank you. Will STED be is it a conceptual study for the other sheep sheds?
The the existing STED elementary.
Is it a conceptual study for the other improvements, rebuilds, whatever happens down the road for the other sheep sheds? Because we don't really talk about them in this presentation.
So in the facility modernization plan, there are dollars put in there to renovate those schools that remain. STED Elementary could be one of them, but there's no determination at this time what that's going to be. So we'll have to work with Dr. McNeil, ELT, the executive leadership team, to determine what the needs are up there. If it's ours, through the facility modernization plan, they also talked about communities, community centers, those kind of things. So we have not determined what happens to STED Elementary School after.
Thank you. I wasn't clear. I apologize. So the STED Elementary School design is a sheep shed.
So the existing STED Elementary School design is a sheep shed.
Correct. So is it a conceptual study for other numerous sheep sheds that we know need a lot of work, or have we just not gotten there yet?
We haven't gotten there quite yet, right? There's still a lot of 2024 left, as you know, in the facility modernization schedule. I mean, this is February 2024. We'll be coming back to you guys within February, throughout 2024 for those other ones. The sheep shed that is on the docket first is Maxwell Elementary School for a sheep shed renovation, and that per the schedule.
All right, JJ, can we do public comment?
Roberts for items 3.06, 3.07, and 3.08.
Welcome, Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, we need to do one at a time, otherwise I don't get my 3 minutes. 3.06, 125 million.
Oh, Mr. Edwards, we'll make sure to restart you, but it's 3 minutes because all the items are open together because they're all related.
Well, then I need 12 minutes. That's not fair. I need to talk about each one of those items specifically.
No, the public
You can
comments
group
3
them
minutes.
together. You can group them together for your presentation, but that doesn't give the public a chance to address each item.
There's 3 minutes.
All right, 125 million for Vaughan. That's an old school. Understandable, that kind of expenditure, but back to the basics. Quality of education. We are up to $132.7 million so far in this one. And is this new $125 million school with no change in programs going to improve the outcome for our students? I don't see how we've made any changes other than putting new buildings around our students. Putting in new buildings around them doesn't do them any more good than putting them out on the grass in the football field and teaching them there with, of course, their $5.6 million videos or whatever it is. But we're taking our eye off the ball. You're getting all lost in this thing. You know, new buildings, new air conditioners, new this, new that. Not one change to curriculum. Here we are, almost through. Well, if you're going to group all those items together, 3.07 totals adds up to $183.2 million. Add 3.08 to it. Now we're up to $203.2 million for new buildings. You know, the news talking about $1 billion refurb and construction budget for Washoe County schools. And my question to you is, how does this fit into the $900 million budget for remodeling? And we're not focusing on the real fact. The building doesn't make the teachers more able to do their job. I can't believe that we need $203 million in new facilities and not change our programs. We're just wasting taxpayer money, and we're not accomplishing anything. I would say thank you, but it would only be for the chance to complain.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. I can answer the one question, is that all of these projects were born from the facilities modernization plan. So all the money that you see here that's represented was part of that one big number. So these projects are all part of what we approved.
$900 million?
Mm-hmm.
Nichelle Hull.
Hi, welcome, Ms. Hull.
Hi, I'm just going to hand out these envelopes to each of you real quick. So each of those envelopes has a set of book reports in them by community members. And I've handed them over to Ms. JJ here, which hopefully will hand deliver to each person today. So each of those packets are pretty much identical except for the interim superintendents. But in those are 14 book reports that were done by community members. 4 books that are in our Washoe County school libraries right now that those folks found really over the top and inappropriate and age inappropriate.
Ms. Hull, is this
Yes.
about the building items?
Building items? No, I'm sorry. I thought it was 5.0.
No. But how about I
I'm
have
so
you come
sorry.
up first for that one?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Do
Thank
you want JJ
My
to hold on to those
apologies.
packets? No, you're fine. And I will make sure that you go first for opening
Okay.
public comment or
Thank
closing.
you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. My apologies.
No problem. Thank you.
Valerie Vianaka.
Hi, welcome, Ms.
just to make sure we're on 3.08, right? I'm not confused. I headed the caucus site at Virginia Palmer in Sun Valley this week, and I'm glad to see that they're on the improvement schedule as they need to be. During my site visits prior to the caucus, it snowed. It snowed a lot up at Virginia Palmer elevation up there, and it became apparent to me that they do not have a snow blower nor a tractor. They do, however, get a lot of snow. With all the massive amounts of money spent weekly, as witnessed here today, perhaps you could find it somewhere in the budget to get a small tractor for this very poor school in a very poor neighborhood, or at least a snow blower. We're talking about a couple $1,000s maybe. Apparently they've been asking for years, and I took that directly from the mouths of the employee who was shoveling the snow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bianca.
And if I have to raise that money myself, I will, but it'll be plastered all over the newspaper, and that would be really bad press for y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Bianca.
Cliff Nellis.
Hi, welcome, Mr. Nellis.
Hi, I'm Cliff Nellis. I'd like to add my comments to the record. I have a meter. It's a 5G meter. You hear that howling sound right there? It's tapping out. This is at UNR. I took a reading at Vaughan Middle School. Our students are being saturated with microwave radiation all over this city. There's one in Worcester. There's two massive ones at Reed. So why is the Washoe County School District renting land, probably at $15,000 a month, I think you're getting, something like that, $5,000, $15,000, to saturate our students with microwave radiation? This is a non-partisan issue. The whole time they're sitting there, the teachers too. And I'm going to be doing more research on it and get back to you guys about that. But I am shocked. I was really shocked at Vaughan Middle School. So where are they going to move that tower? 100 feet away? They need to move that somewhere else where it's not saturating the students. So I'll keep you updated on that. But while I'm here, and because I don't want to wait until 7 o'clock tonight, I'm going to give a comment now on my support of these things that Ms. Hull just put forward here. I do no.
No, we're not talking about books right now, sir.
When you have pornography,
no, sir, we're not
pictures,
doing.
You're
We're not. You're more than welcome to come for the opening public comment or to stay on the item.
we had to deal with this at the county commission. You're not going to let us speak at the beginning of the meeting. You have to wait till the end of the meeting and go through all of this before we make a comment on something? This is absolutely ridiculous.
No, you're more than welcome to comment on these items.
Okay, that's the end of my comment.
Thank you.
Gilbert Lenz.
Hi, Mr. Lenz.
So I had to say something. I will be up in a minute again, but I'm Gilbert Lenz. I'm the agricultural mechanics and welding teacher out of North Valley's High School. I've been teaching for the district for 16 years now. I absolutely love my job, love teaching, but I wanted to say that my dad graduated from Worcester in 1966, and the fact that we haven't really updated our schools much at all in, what was that, 50, 60, a long time, right? This is way overdue. If we would have spent this money 20, 30 years ago, it would be done, and we'd be updated, and we'd be continually updating our schools. And thanks to WC1, which was a lot of work to get, we actually have this money to finally start and have a facilities improvement plan. The WA is working with capital projects to make sure that teachers are involved in this process. I want to thank Ms. Zimmerman also for meeting with me a few weeks back and having discussions on that. And I want to thank all of the hard work that's gone into this. And I know that Roger mentioned that we're not investing in programs, but I know that we are investing in programs. My program was a result of one of these Signature Academy facilities modernization programs. I ended up with a great agricultural mechanics shop, which I've been working in for the last 8-9 years with my students and having a really sending a lot of kids off to the industry. And I just wanted to thank you guys for the hard work, and it also encourage you. This is worth the money. This is investing in the future of Washoe County School District students, and it's also investing in a good work environment for our teachers. Our teachers need somewhere to work in where they can effectively do instruction and administer those programs. And having my wife taught at Worcester for several years, and in the wintertime, the snow would come through the window. And then when the summertime, when the air conditioner worked and it came on, you couldn't even hear yourself talking in there because it was so loud. It was really, that building is old, needs to be rebuilt, and that's all I had for now. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lenz, and thank you for being a teacher in our district.
That's all I have for this item.
Fantastic. All right, team, I'll bring it back here. So let's maybe start moving towards, are there any other comments?
Yeah, I have a question for Miss Tammy.
Okay. And this is different than the other thing? Different than, okay, awesome.
Yes, it is.
There we go.
It's
All right.
more of a clarification. Again, just like the Promethean boards, I'm trying to clear some of the muddy water, and I think Ms. Zimmerman can help with that. It's my understanding, because I've tried to go around it lots of times, but the WC1 funds is extremely specific. We were tasked with the taxpayers to use that money to refurbish, remodel, and build old schools into new. It's extremely specific and what we can use it for. So it's not like we can use it for teacher allocations or snow blowers or anything else. It's extremely specific. Am I correct in that?
You're correct. It has to be used for capital improvements.
Apologize. Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make a comment on Vaughan. Can I do that? I know we've gone past that. Yeah, that's in I think your district and my at-large district. So, just very briefly, I do believe that staff and our students deserve to work and learn in acceptable conditions. And anybody who's toured Vaughan knows that that building is not acceptable, and it has to be. Yeah. Okay. Well, hopefully that'll change. I would just remind our staff, just speaking in the choir here, but we still have a few years left of the old building, so it'll just be my hope that you continue to be responsive and ensure that the current building meets the needs to the extent that it can until we open up that new facility.
Absolutely. We will still be taking work orders and repairing things through that school so
Perfect.
that students can have that learning environment.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Very good. And I'd like to add that I believe that our children should learn in an environment that reflects the value that they bring to our world and our community, and that our educators in these buildings should also work in places that reflect their value. And I believe that our children in more established neighborhoods deserve the exact state-of-the-art modern experience that our children are receiving in our more high-growth areas. I'm thrilled to see this project come to fruition. And on that note, I'm going to make the first motion. I move that, and this is for item 3.06, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the construction phase funding allocations towards the rebuild of E. Otis Vaughan Middle School in the amount of $125 million as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Yeah, I second that.
All right, motion by President Smith, seconded by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Vice President Mayberry?
I'll make a motion for the ghetto central transportation yard, if you're ready for that. Yeah, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the construction phase funding allocations for the ghetto central transportation yard improvement phases 1 and 2 for $45,500,000 as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Second.
All right, motion by Vice President Mayberry, seconded by Trustee Nicolette. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Thank you, President Smith. I'd like to make a motion on 3.08. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the design phase funding allocations as part of the first round of projects in the facility modernization plans, recommendations for Stata Elementary School, Edward C. Reed High School, Bernice Matthews Elementary School, Virginia Palmer Elementary School, Echo Loader Elementary School, and Earl Wooster High School in the amount of $20 million as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Westlake, seconded by Trustee Woodley. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so much. Great job, everyone, and thank you so much, Ms. Zimmerman. We appreciate those presentations. And that closes the three items open together, 306, 308, and that also closes Section 3 in its entirety. And now we move on to Section 4, our reports. Our student representative was not able to be here with us tonight. She does hope to join us at the next meeting, so that's where we'll see her. And so that is represented in item 4.01, so we will move right past that and move on to item 4.02. These are our board reports, and we will go ahead and start with Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. Number one, I guess just to say now is a great time to say I would love to see an agendized item for the audit commit. Well, the chief auditor to have a WC1 funded audit person. So I'll just put that on the record. During the last period, I attended the Capital Funding Protection Committee, the audit committee. I went to the Safe Schools Committee only to find out they were canceled for the day, but I tried, and the Eat On Luncheon. Also, I've had a number of inputs and conversations with constituents. I've kind of been busy and unfortunately put them off to the side, but they were very concerned, as they are tonight, and we're going to hear about it, I'm sure, about books in the library. And I think there's an open opportunity for discussion for two sides, everybody to be heard. I'm going to look forward to doing that, even if I have to do it out of my own funds or WC1 funds, or not WC, my own budget funds, WC1 on the brain, my own funds for holding some kind of an open constituent meeting, open to all, so that we can get to the bottom of that and find out the basic facts and common ground and that kind of thing. I did talk to a nonprofit mediation group that might be interested in either a private or public mediation for that. So I welcome anything we can do along those lines to resolve this issue and see, what we as a board can do or what the community can do and what are the misconceptions, et cetera, et cetera. And talking to them, and I guess I've got, oh, you're not even timing me, JJ. I got 3 more minutes. I'll try to be, I shouldn't have told you. I'll try to, I'm sorry, Jay, that's twice. So the constituents brought forward to me their idea that there was a board policy 6160 on this issue. It's not. I looked at it very closely. It's only on instructional materials in the classroom, those materials that meet the state mandated standards. Then it came to my attention that we had a policy 6161 on this, and for some reason years ago that was deleted. So we have an admin reg 6161 that says we are fully compliant with policy 6161, but there is no policy 6161 because that was deleted. So again, I want all sides to be heard. I don't want to take sides until I know all the facts, but maybe this is something that would need to be agendized because we have an admin reg that references a policy that doesn't exist. So, I got 2 minutes left, but I'm not gonna use that. But I got a lot on the record, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Trustee Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. I was about to turn your light off, so you did good. So I attended AACT and did a taste of France. It was absolutely delicious. The student chefs do all of the work. It's like a dance for them. It was wonderful. The food was wonderful. The service was wonderful. The friends at the table was just absolutely delightful. I did attend EDON's State of Economy in Northern Nevada. If you get a chance, please check out EDON's website and look for Brian Gordon's Slides. He's from Applied Analysis. He gave an absolutely stellar summary of some present and future concepts for Northern Nevada's economy. Check out edawn.org and you can see Brian Gordon's PowerPoint. It's basically called Perceptions versus Reality, an Economic Perspective. I was able to spend time with 3 of the Reno High School government classes, and basically the goal was for me to help them understand, which always helps me understand because I always do a little preparation and learn more about what my role is actually, to tell them what trustees do, not only in Washoe County but throughout the state, because we have 17 school districts, 104 boards of trustees. I attended the Future of Learning. It was a conversation held by the National Center for Education and Economy. It was the professionals from around the state of Nevada, and we really several things. 2 popped to my mind I want to share with you. That their students need a broad spectrum of skills, and that's what our new schools are going to be able to supply them. And we talked in depth about a graduate portfolio so that we can focus on the future pathways for our students. I was a judge for We the People. I will tell you that I was very humbled. It was the state competition, schools from around the state. I was extremely humbled because these students were absolutely brilliant. The root question was, what are the philosophical and historical foundations of the American political system? They had done their homework. Reno High School's going to state. Not state, that was state. They're going to the nationals. Incline Village and Galena and McQueen also fared very well. Our students did absolutely wonderful, and it was really fun to watch them talk and learn from other schools and other districts. And so, again, it was a privilege to be a judge, and I'm going to do it again next year, and I'm going to start my homework tomorrow.
Thank you. I had an opportunity too to serve as a judge in the We the People final, so it was good to see you. And JJ was a judge as well, so it was good to see her. Congratulations to Reno High School and all the schools. Reed High as well did a fabulous job. So I had an opportunity to visit 3 schools. Mount Rose Academy. I met with Christy Brown. If you recall, the last board meeting, we spent a lot of time on talking about those Mount Rose and Jesse Beck and the uniqueness of those schools and the support that they needed. So I felt a real need to get better educated on those particular formats. So I immediately reached out to the principal at Mount Rose and met with her the next day, in fact. Also had a great visit at Donner Springs Elementary with Principal Riggs, and just last week met with Kristen Amy, who's a principal at Libby Booth Elementary. It was the 100th day of school for kindergartners, so that was a real treat. Had a chance too to meet with dozens of 7th graders at Vaughan Middle School. They were working in teams of 3. Met with about a dozen of them. Some in person, some over the phone, some via Teams. They were working on a social studies project to develop the 28th Amendment to the Constitution. And so they had some great ideas, and that was very inspiring as well. Appreciate the chance to represent President Smith and the board at the Walk Zone Presser last week. And I, too, was at the State of Economy luncheon. I think you covered that well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Did you get those photos? It was not a big deal. I think to visit several schools, to include North Valley High School, to visit some of the amazing staff. My record recall some of these faces. Our educators, Selena LaRue Hatch and Nathan Anderson, and our amazing principal, Tomas Milan. I wasn't going to mess this up. Thank you. So yeah, that was a good time to get there, visit them, and say hi, and to get to see a lot of the work that's being done. Because they lobbied for, or not lobbied, they advocated for a lot in Carson City to see the changes, the many things that we just approved today. I also do want to share some of the other schools that did visit. There's amazing parent involvement. And I also just want to share if for those who are interested in volunteering and getting involved in our schools, you can actually just Google Washington County School District volunteer opportunities. Some of them include campus beautification, guest speakers. Ongoing volunteer opportunities include Safe Route Schools volunteers, Math Path tutors, and Read to Succeed. So there's plenty of opportunities to get involved in our schools. So I just did want to share that with the community. We also got to attend the EDON lunch with many of my colleagues here, so it was great to see that, and also hear a lot of positive feedback from many of our stakeholders and community leaders with the amazing work that is being done here at WCSD. And then finally, it was great to snag up a couple of my fellow trustees and welcome in our brand new police chief, Tracy Moore. I can't stress enough how lucky we are to have him leading our department. So just keep it brief. It was a great couple of weeks, and yeah, moving on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam President. So I think I have a photo here as well. So I was fortunate enough to visit Lemelson STEM Academy Elementary School with PBS representatives. They have a program in the schools. Here we were doing called Spool Racers, and it was teaching the kids about stored energy, potential energy, and kinetic energy. So the kids got to use a rubber band, twist it around, and then lay it flat on the ground and watch these spools race each other. And it was amazing to see just how excited all the kids were. Two of the kids had to leave the class for some one-on-one education, and they were bummed. But they said they'd make sure to follow up with them and give them the opportunity as well. So it's really nice to see these types of activities and learning, hands-on learning for our kids. And just want to express appreciation to PBS, Kurt Mish staff. Really appreciate what they do. And then I think the next photo was, this was a community event myself and Trustee Church were at, and this was regional, all law enforcement agencies having open communication with the community as a whole. They did identify and recognize our newly selected chief prior to him being sworn in. So he wasn't up there, of course, because he wasn't in uniform yet, but it was nice to see how much the community and the police, all the law enforcement agencies reached out to him and wanted to talk to him, and that they really wanted to see a partnership with the school district, school police. And then that's it for photos, I believe. I also visited McQueen High School for one of their basketball games. As you know, I'm the NIAA board member, and they were playing Reed, and Reed kicked our butt. 54-47, that was a good game. It was it's nice to see all the kids engaged. I attended, as pretty much all of us in here, the EDON luncheon. It was nice to see the information that they had as it relates to the economy of our region and acknowledging the school district as much as they did, which is great because we want them to understand that when they're bringing in any industries, especially for all of our technical schools and teachings that we have. Also, let me see, Glenn Duncan I visited, who had a visit by our Senator Cortez, and she had a lot of one-on-one with the kids. That was very, very nice to see. They had her undivided attention, and she gave them her undivided attention, so that was beautiful. And then lastly, I just wanted to share that this isn't me, this was our staff at the City of Reno. They sent out 1,000 educational postcards around schools, neighborhoods in our schools, to remind property owners to please shovel your sidewalks so that our kids can walk. And you'll see the photo has the kids' backpacks so that our kids could walk to school.
Thank you so much, Trustee Woodley.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I was one of the trustees that attended EDON, and I am, first of all, I am so extremely grateful and thankful for so many partners. I mean, construction, banking, Panasonic, I mean, all of these partners that want to work with Washoe County School District in helping us on the mission to do the best job possible we can for our kids. And I think Mr. Searcy left, and I wanted to give him a shout out. He had a segment in the video. If you get a chance, go to edon.com, and there's a video on there for the state of economy in Nevada. And Adam was talking about WC1 and what that's going to mean for our kids, and it was impressive. So much so I'm advocating that we utilize that film to show to anyone who is applying to be our superintendent. I think it gives a great flavor of what we are about here in Washoe County School District. Congratulations to Reno High, We the People competition, first place. Very proud of Reno High School. Very proud of those kids. I also attended with President Smith Sparks of Interest podcast with Dennis, Jeff, and Dave for a tasting of fish and chips, which was so much fun. But I mean, we talked about we talked about so many things. It was, some of it's hilarious. I mean, if you want to laugh, I mean, we were so off in the weeds on so much stuff, but it really was nice just to kind of let our hair down, just be regular, you know, let's just talk about like if we were sitting at coffee. And it was just a lot of fun, and I really appreciate Dennis, Jeff, and Dave for that opportunity. I do want to say I would like to see us talk about the books in our public school libraries. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding, which breeds mistrust, which breeds anxiety, which we're not addressing the issue that we all care about our kids. And I have to say, I think by shining a light on something and getting everybody's point of view and talking about things, we're adults, we can do this respectfully, but we can also gain knowledge and perspective, discernment, and move forward in the best path forward for our kids. So I would support Jeff Church in that. Thank you.
All right. JJ, before we get started, can we cue up those pictures? All right. So for the first time ever, the Dean's Future Scholars Program is working in partnership with the Washoe County School District and UNR to provide our district and our students with an on-campus experience for classes. They usually attend classes over the summer at UNR, but these students are actually taking classes right now at UNR during the school year, and we're just so proud of them, and I'm thrilled to see Dean's Future Scholars growing in this way for our students. The next picture is just remarkable. So you might not see it, but you see someone sitting in the middle of that quad, and that is Bernice Matthews Elementary Principal Amanda Schlatter, and she was sitting in the quad because they've been dealing with some issues around students walking in the hallway, not quite going right back to class after going to the bathroom. So the principal sat herself right there in the middle of the quad, and I have it on good authority that fixed those issues. So congratulations to Principal Schlatter. I think that's absolutely wonderful leadership that she's demonstrating right there. And he touched on it, but I have a bigger picture of it. Trustee Alex Woodley, in addition to, of course, being a valued member of our team, also works at the City of Reno. And he already mentioned that he put all of these postcards out. But when I saw this, I was just so grateful. I mean, these are all the different ways that we work together and reminding our neighbors. So what they did, it's actually even more than what he said. He worked with the school district, worked with the city. They mapped out the really common walking paths that we know our students in the walk zone are taking, and they targeted it. So it's not like they were just mailing these everywhere. They did go out widely, but they were also very thoughtfully done, and that was also in partnership with our Safe Routes to School. So I wanted to publicly thank Trustee Woodley and, of course, the whole team at the City of Reno, because it takes all of those partnerships. In addition to that, I've been working nonstop every day with district staff and McPherson and Jacobson on the superintendent search. We saw all of those advancements today. I attended an incredibly educational regional tour of affordable housing projects hosted by the Reno Housing Authority. That was really just amazing. So great to see those projects, get to see the areas where our families are living, including many families with children. And it's not just apartments or complexes, it's homes, it's townhomes, and I really felt like I learned so much about that. I recorded an episode of the Sparks of Interest podcast with Trustee Westlake. It is absolutely worth listening to. We cover every corner of the universe in that conversation. I also spent the day visiting with legislators in advance of the Washoe County School District's Interim Finance Committee presentation with Dr. McNeil and CFO Mark Mathers. And then I spent a full day at the NASB President's Conference with all my other presidents around the state. And I'll use my final seconds to say congratulations to Interim Superintendent McNeil and CFO Mathers for successfully receiving $38 million allotments for the SB 231 funding. Thank you. All right, that closes item 402 and now moves on to the Interim Superintendent's Report, 403.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So I wanted to remind all of our families that we have our family climate survey out. A Connect Ed message and text went out on February 12th to announce the opening of our family survey. And another reminder will go out March 1st and April 15th. For families that do not have an email address, we will be sending a paper survey in the mail between March 28th and April 5th. And for our elementary schools, they will receive a box of paper family surveys between February 9th and February 16th. And if our schools can help pass those out. And we are very hopeful that our parents are completing our family climate surveys as well as the superintendent survey that is out in the field at this point in time. I want to congratulate Reno and Incline for their We the People competition wins. I've been a judge myself, and we talk about, our students and issues, and I think if anybody ever saw one of these competitions, they would be rest assured that we have absolute beautiful future leaders of our communities, of our cities, of our states, and our countries within our own special school district. I was able to visit Mendive Middle School, walked around with our wonderful principal. I also was able to meet Mr. Gray, our social teacher, who has a folder of each and one of his students, and he speaks about the strength and need of every one of his students. So thank you, Mr. Gray. And it was very sweet. I was able to meet with Cassie, who was a student of ours over at Green Bay when I was a principal there, and she ran up and gave me a huge hug and asked her if I could get out of detention. I was not in that particular position at that point in time, so I told her no. I also was able to go over to Reed High School and walk with Josh Rosenblum. We were able to go into an orchestra class, who also happens to be my next door neighbor, and we were able to listen to performances with Queen. It was absolutely phenomenal. They are called the Eclectic Orchestra, and they are phenomenal. And then I went over to Dunn Elementary School, met with Allison Fannin, the principal there, and walked through classrooms, seeing superb teaching. Met with our Education Alliance Board, had a wonderful meeting with Taylor Adams, Edon, our CEO, and all of the business and industry support that we have for our school district. And thank you very much, President Smith, for speaking about the IFC. It was a wonderful opportunity to meet with legislators who did shout outs to the Washoe County School District for working with our employee associations so we could bring them a completed application. We'll be going back in April for our WEPTA application as well. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Fantastic. All right, that closes item 403 and then brings us to section 5, our closing items. Our first of which is item 501, our public comment. And as promised, we will have first up Miss Nichelle Hull. Come on down. You're very welcome.
I'm sorry again for last time.
Do not be sorry. No
Okay.
worries at all.
Thank you, President. So I'm just going to recap super quickly. I gave a box of envelopes to JJ to disperse out to the trustees and the interim superintendent today, and within those are 13 book reports actually, that a group of volunteers have read and found to be super. There were a large number of books that were read, but only 13 to this group were, beyond the pale. And so these were books that detailed like orgies with teenagers using methamphetamine in that environment, sexual assault. They're vulgar, according to this group, and they list out their reasons. They have, excerpts and all of that. So anyways, yesterday, those envelopes were distributed to 30 schools. Those are the schools that have those books. It's middle schools and high schools. And so we gave those to the principals to follow along with the procedure of when you have a book removal request, you go to the principal first. So that was done yesterday. And then today, we're copying everybody here with that material that we dispersed out yesterday. So the goals are first to just honor, the people that, parents of students, grandparents of students, people that come in here sometimes and read these books. We get shut down when we've emailed trustees, and even on the county library side, when we've emailed those folks about these books, which are also located in the children's section of the county libraries, we have been ignored, right? We don't get responses back via email, via phone call. So these community members essentially took it upon themselves to do book reports and fill out the form, and then we delivered that to the principals on their behalf, basically. And whoops, I'm sorry, lost my notes. So we'd like to be a part of a cleanup in the libraries, in the county libraries and in the school district libraries. We meaning the parents, parents, community members. I like Jeff Church's idea. I'd love to see that be an agenda item and go forward and have an open discussion. We're not saying ban books. We're not saying get rid of a ton of books. We're saying there is a set of books that should not be with the kids. We're not saying to the publishers, in that contract, ban that book. Okay, there's a difference. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hull.
Valerie Fianaka.
Hi, Ms. Fianaka. Welcome back.
Thank you. Colleen, for clarification, Trustee Westlake, I'm sorry. I'm not asking for WC1 funds for a snow blower. Maybe a community partner or somewhere in your budget that can be found. Just to clarify, not WC1s. I know the difference clearly. I also want to say, if you're going to question the commitment for any future superintendent here in Washoe County that they must be committed to Washoe County, you should also question fellow trustees who are running for office, for city office, while also holding this office. Not cool. Community standards have been set here and at the county commission for these books. I read 2 of these books myself. They include rape, meth abuse, anal fisting, and strap-on dildos. And I think we all as a community can agree that that is not appropriate in a middle school nor a high school. It doesn't represent a child. It doesn't teach them anything about their sexuality that they need to learn in middle school. I saw restorative discipline in action with my own eyes this past week. The child in question was screaming out for someone to care enough about him to discipline him, but instead 4 adults saw the misbehavior, all employees of Washoe County School District. I also saw abusive staff, and they ignored the child and left him to his own destructive devices alone in a hallway. I was told by the abused staff member that this is a weekly occurrence by this child and his brother, and that his parents are as bad. How does this help anyone, particularly the child? Children feel safe when they have boundaries. They're literally out of control when they have none. They put themselves, other children, teachers, and staff in danger. And yes, this happens even in elementary schools, but thank God less than in higher grades. This disciplined policy of restorative justice hamstrings principals and staff. I realize some of it comes from, and you can't control all of it, but it's destructive. And I saw it with my own eyes this week. You all can say it doesn't happen. I don't care how you paint a rosy picture. I saw it with my own eyes this week. And I appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fianocca.
Sandy Tibbet.
Welcome back, Ms. Tibbet.
Sandy Tibbet for the record. So are you willing to be held liable outside your official capacity for any and all damages and injuries resulting from authorizing the use of explicit material by children, whether by visual, written, or auditory means? If not, then this is your opportunity to act to avoid litigation. I was unable to find any NRS codes or board policies that mandate sexually explicit material must be made available to our student school libraries, and yet you can find the obscene material throughout our school district. The list of books we are currently requesting to be removed are just a small fraction of what is actually available for checkout by our underage children in our school district. Aren't library books considered educational material? So Board Policy 6160 is supposed to provide a standard process for all instructional material to be evaluated, including open educational resources, which is any type of educational material in the public domain. It states the district will provide employees, students, parents, guardians, and other members of the community an opportunity to review and provide input on the recommended instructional materials prior to adoption. So was the community given the opportunity to review and provide input on our school library collection? Probably not, because if it was, we wouldn't have this stuff in the library. This book is an instructional manual on gay and straight sex, and it is available at Sparks and Reed High. It actually states on the back of the book, it is an instructional manual. Chapter 8 provides tips for using hookup apps like Grindr. One tip is if you are that horny and want to do a sex meet the trick in a public place for a drink first. That's sound advice for a 15-year-old, don't you think? Chapter 9 is how to have gay sex chapter. Per this book, a handy or hand job is the best skill to have as a gay man and promotes to practice on yourself. It is all about the wrist action. Is that right, men? Are parents given the opportunity to provide consent or decline access to this sexually explicit material currently available on our school grounds? Board Policy 6140 for share clearly does, so why not the same for the sexual material in our libraries? So a good political move for those of you running for office, re-election, would be to put on your agenda a discussion and action item to review all books within the school library system, remove all the sexually explicit material, and create a policy for library books. It's really pretty simple. And thank you for your comments. And
Thank you, Ms. Tibbet.
Church.
Alan Mansour.
Is it Mr. Munson? Close.
I've been called worse. When I was in school, it was Bunsen burner. No, it's Munson.
Munson. Welcome, Mr. Munson. Thank you.
Yes, my name's Alan Munson. I'm a resident of Washoe County in Sparks. I have a master's degree in social work and have worked with kids and families, and I'm here to speak also regarding the books and in that petition. And I just hope, I've been here for 4 hours, I think, and you all seem so concerned, and so I hope you hear what's being said, what will be said by a lot of other parents or grandparents here, that this, the sexual books they're looking at it's looking at the enjoyment, the gratification, or actually exploitation, not as we were taught in the Bible, love. That's not part of this. So even if we just consider, like talking about sex is one of the biggest drives that we all have. We shouldn't be exposing young kids to that. Let the parents, there's a lot of parents out here who have kids. You know what I'm saying is true. I don't think you want your kids exposed. So please hear what's being said. And, so I don't really have much more to say other than this petition has been put together by some very good folks, and they've done a lot of homework, and I hope you hear what they say. Because look at those kids up there on that picture. Do we want to expose them too soon to what is in these books? Why would we do it? Thank you very much. And I didn't get to say it, but I appreciate each one of you and the amount of work that you do here. And I heard your love for each of these kids, each of the kids that you were exposed to. I hope you hear what I'm saying and others are saying. Thank you so much, Beth. President Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munson, and thank you for helping me understand your last name better.
Cliff Nellis.
Welcome back, Mr. Nellis.
We've been trying to clean up the library board situation. There's a guy named Jeff Scott on there. He's the director. He's been here about 8 years. And the county library has a conduit to all the school libraries, we found out. And then so we've discovered all these books that are basically porno that are in the children's section in the county libraries. And what we're trying to do there is just get it out of the children's section. Get it into the, I'm not saying ban the stupid things. They probably should be banned. But what we had a whole bunch of radical people come down to the library board, and kind of reminded me of like having a because we're trying to get rid of Mr. Scott, and like back in the old South, deep South, some Ku Klux Klan member being charged with something, and all the community came to support him. But no, what it was a small part of the community of people who have this opinion that our children should be exposed to that, and it's good for them. You know, what men do, men look at naked pictures of women, photographs. What women do is they look at romance novels. I don't know if you ladies have done that, but I've known some ladies that do. And that's how they get aroused. That's what these books are like. It's just words, just no pictures, right? But it does that to the children. And how in the world are you guys going to think that you're going to succeed in educating the children of our community? It looks like this is a buildings project place. Just to spend tons of money on building nice, fancy buildings. And the whole thing is rotting out from the center, and it's not going to work. If you can't have a moral education, in order to have intellectual education, you have to have a moral foundation. You have to be teaching morality. And you can't be undermining. If you're undermining morality, you're destroying your ability to teach anything. And people have to be able to control their passions and their appetites. And the culture, I know, is not promoting that. They're promoting the opposite. But this education system should be helping young people to stand strong against temptation to all kinds of things. And drugs, too. Why don't we have a program educating, just say no to drugs? Remember that? I think it was back in the 90s. I mean, they're exposed to that kind of thing, too. And the education system should be helping the children make right moral choices, not undermining it. So I sure hope you guys go along and purge these books, because they shouldn't be in the children's section of the library at the county library. And children is all the whole school district, right? So that means all of the school libraries. None of those books should be in the school libraries.
Thank you very much.
Janet Butcher.
Welcome, Ms. Butcher.
Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the minutes. I'd love to applaud, which is a synonym for clap, for the people who were before me and those after me who are going to speak on this subject. But I am very curious why a school library. I worked in a school library 100 years ago when I was in school. There weren't this kind of material there. I don't understand why we feel the need to sexualize our children early on. So that being said, and so many other good people have talked about that, I want to talk about last week. I had the opportunity, I never wanted to be a teacher, but last week I had the opportunity to meet a nice young lady from Hug High who was helping at the Republican caucus. And I had the opportunity to educate her on the election process. She said she doesn't get that kind of education in school. I got to speak to her why the caucus was more secure and safe than the new Nevada presidential preference primary. I also got to speak with her about the process of the down ballot primary and the difference of the nonpartisan races versus the ones that are party designated, and also further on into the election. So that was thrilling to me because I couldn't believe. I knew when I graduated from high school, I knew. Also, too, I wonder, are we teaching comprehension in school? Ms. Fianaka spoke about technology replacing, a possibility of technology replacing the teachers. She did not talk against the teachers, but it was kind of thought that maybe she had. And there are good parents and bad parents, just like there are good teachers and bad teachers. Real quick, equity. When I was in high school, didn't have a lot of jobs in town, lived in 1,000 people in town. I tore apart furniture, and my sisters didn't understand why I had money for school clothes than they did. They didn't work for it.
Thank you,
Jenny
Ms. Butcher.
Clark. Jenny Clark.
Hi, welcome, Ms. Clark.
Hi, thank you. This is the second board meeting I've tried to talk at, but it runs so long. And my husband is watching my 3 kids tonight so that I could be here and submit a public comment to you. And I have to say, for the past 3 hours, I get really worked up. But I listen to all of you, and like Mr. Munson said, you guys seem passion and respect for a lot of the people who are talking. I appreciate eye contact. It's really nice, even though you don't really like probably what you're hearing. But I do want to say I'm a conservative mother of 3. I would say I'm an anti-communist mother of 3. And my oldest is in kindergarten now, and I reluctantly put her into public school after talking to the principal personally, face to face, ensuring me that they're not indoctrinating our children. I will say that I will be pulling my children out of public school before middle school. I do not want my daughters using a bathroom, a shared bathroom that a boy can decide that he's a girl and just use the girl's bathroom. Not okay. I'm not okay with that. And I wish that you guys genuinely listen. I think a lot of working parents cannot be here. And I would urge you to talk to everyday parents and ask them, you know, if this is okay. I don't know if you've read any of these books. I try reading some of them, and it makes me want to throw up. The idea that some of these are in middle schools and even high schools, this should be up to the parents. If the parents are okay with their children looking or reading pornographic, sexually explicit material, that is their business. I do not. And I will say that when I take my children to the public library, even I think there's a book sale going on at the schools this week. I go with my daughter, and I look through every single book that she picks out because I do not like this woke, liberal crap. And I know that you guys probably see them every month. And it's probably the same thing every month. And I really appreciate them. They have been awake far longer than I have been. And 26 seconds left. I think that our school needs to be focusing on reading, writing, and arithmetic. It's here in I think it was November, and you had students do a presentation. And they were so good at public speaking. It's focused on race. How many kids are, whites aren't the majority anymore. Woohoo! And I don't understand why that's the focus. I don't. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
Roger Edwards.
Welcome back, Mr. Edwards.
Well, last time today. And thank you again for another, 4 or 5 hour entertainment session. Enter my comments in the permanent record. Roger Edwards, for the record, 50-year resident. I got to admit, I'm old, so I confuse easy, but I'm confused today again because item 402 said board reports, and all 7 trustees couldn't talk any higher about the schools they were at and the people they met, the students they interacted with. So how do you reconcile the fact that we have a national ranking of like 49th or 50th? How does that work? Sometimes send me an email. Sometimes Colonel Church knows my email. Just feel free to send it around. And I usually get up here and talk about quality of education, traditional education, focus. DEI and SEL, and we should be having a free search for a superintendent from this group that we paid $50,000 to 2 years ago, and now we're going to pay $60,000 to this time. We should have a freebie coming. Okay. Everybody thought the last superintendent was wonderful. I personally thought the second superintendent before that was wonderful. So much for my long-range planning. But, if one of your requirements is a master's of ed, and you're not looking at people that have been in command, like myself and the colonel here, I've had 100 people working for me in my life. And I know a little bit about restorative justice. I polished the end of my boot so that I could deal that out whenever I needed to. But you got to explain to the public how you can justify all of these glowing reports from every time you guys go out into the community, the schools community, and come back with these glowing reports, and we still have people that can't read and write. And we have 60% absentee, chronic absenteeism by your own numbers. This is monster problem. It can't all be glowing and party and balloons, and it can't be like that. If we got 60% chronic absenteeism, we have a problem, Houston. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Jeff Church.
Welcome, Mr. Church.
All right, thank you. For the record, Jeff Church. I want to cover like 4 different things in 3 minutes. First of all, under agenda item 101, we clapped. Under agenda item 301, we clapped. Last meeting, or a few meetings back, when we appointed under an action item the Superintendent McNeil, we all clapped. So I have to understand why the audience is confused that they can't clap on another agenda item. Moving along, it seems strange to me that you can opt your kid out of share. They send them to the library where they can see material that is far worse than is discussed at share. I don't get it. The next item I want to talk about is at the previous meeting, the special meeting, we had a presentation in which we were told there were no changes from the 2022 minimum qualifications to today. I want to put this on the record. I made copies for everybody with the secretary. Let me keep one just real quick. But one of them says educational background. But what we had in 2022 said any combination of master's degree in educational, administration, leadership, management, or related fields. They're not the same. So I'm really confused how we did that. That said, I don't want to taint this process, but maybe we can go back and make sure it's clear that we have again, what we've all called a wide net. The next thing I want to talk about is a possible conflict. The chair of the Washoe County Zoning Committee has announced she's running for election. That's great. Free speech, wonderful. However, she stated on the record on her website, I clearly remember as the chair of the Washoe County School District Zoning Advisory Committee, where I was for the Board of Trustees, our trustee for District A, that would be me, here in the South Meadows area, said at the public meeting, quote, I've been to that school. The classrooms are not overcrowded. The students are doing great and seem happy, end quote. It's factually wrong. It's a fabrication. It didn't happen. My wife and I spent hours going over the minutes. She's identified herself as the chair. She slandered and libeled me for comments I didn't make. I have voted consistently with the board on all zoning matters. I've never been a no that I recall. You can't let that stand. You can't have, it's in our policy, you can't have these people criticizing board members and doing it by fabrication. Now again, I respect free speech, but you can't, if you allow that, you're allowing disparate treatment, or you're opening the gates that anybody can criticize any trustee with any fabrication that they make up. And I have another handout that I'll give to the secretary on that.
Thank you, Mr. Church. All right, everybody, please, let's not.
Stacy Stosich.
Welcome, Ms. Stosich.
Members of the board, Ms. McNeil, nice to see you. My name is Stacy Stosich, and I teach 3rd grade at Echo Loader Elementary School. I also serve on our WEA Board of Directors and chair our Community Schools Committee. Many of you might have heard of community schools before, but not to be confused with communities in schools, which is an important program in our district that fits beautifully within a community schools model. A full-service community school is about creating schools that meet the unique needs of diverse communities we serve. They're built on 4 main pillars: expanding learning time and opportunities, collaborative leadership and practice, active family and community engagement, and integrating student supports. We have elements of this across our school board. We haven't yet put all this together to create a true community schools model that can better meet the needs of schools and families across the district. The beauty of community schools is that they all do not look alike. because our communities do not look the same. A community school model is the most forwarding-thinking approach to addressing historic inequalities within our school communities and creating schools that better meet the needs of people it is intending to serve. Community schools is going to be a major incentive by our association. We are really excited about the groundwork already being laid by WC in this regard. Our family school partnership department has been working on getting community schools off the ground, and we as an association have already started collaborating with the wonderful Miss Delise Crane and her team on how we can assist these efforts. I do want to take a second on the record and say how much we appreciate the willingness of their collaborative on this initiative. We've got some amazing people working in the district department, and we're very fortunate to have an opportunity to collaborate and build off what they've already done. We've started coordinating with our state and national association on bringing in resources and supports for this initiative, and we'll be doing all we can to utilize the relationships and resources we have to help bring community schools model to Washoe County. I'm here today because we need to start getting the word out more about community schools and how they can benefit our students and families. I'm going to provide you with some infographics that have some information on it, and there's lots of good information that you can find on communityschools.futureforlearning.org, and also on the NEA website at NEA.org. Our focus as an association is about empowering community.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stosich. We appreciate you.
Thank you guys for your time, and
Thank
you for missing dinner and listening to us.
We love it. We appreciate you.
Gilbert Lenz.
Hi again, Mr. Lenz. Welcome.
All right, as I said before, I'm the agricultural welding and mechanics teacher at North Valleys High School, which is it's just a fancy shop, really. We do all kinds of different things from welding to engines. I've been teaching in Washoe County School District for 16 years. I also currently serve on the board of directors for the WEA, and I'm also an operations officer for 1221 Cavalry. I have a master's in education, and I've been in command, so they were talking about that. I can check all those blocks, although I'm not after your job. Don't worry about that. So today I'm here to talk to you guys a little bit about career and technical student organizations, namely FFA. That's my current technical student organizations. Also things like Skills USA and HOSA. You're probably familiar with them. Similar to like your We the People, except for these are co-curricular organizations that are included in our standards, and it's required for us not only to teach them, but to participate in them. Washoe County School District has not properly funded CTSO, at least since I've been teaching CTE. And recently, they actually cut our funding quite a bit. This last couple of years, they cut our funding in half, and then they cut it in half again. And right now, they're not funding travel. They're not funding leadership events. We're not allowed to, or not, it's not that we're not allowed to. It's that I have to now load the kids in my 2002 F-350 and drive them to places, paying for my own expensive diesel fuel to get them there. And it's just one of those things that we really need to start figuring out how to find money for. This effectively eliminated opportunities for my students to be able to hold FFA state offices because they're unable to attend these leadership events. And the district, okay, I just said that. The district's also cut in half the district CTE leadership, or wherever the funding comes from for that, our AWS qualification funding. So instead of my students being able to go to welding seminars 4 times a year, we're only allowed to go twice a year now. I have a line of about 40 students that want to do those qualifications, and those are a big advantage for them when they graduate from my program to the workplace, whether they're going into a welding trade or to pipe fitting trades or into a trade school. Any of these organizations recognize that this AWS qualification means a lot. And if they're unable to get that, just because we're not willing to spend $1,500 for a weekend for these guys to go weld for 16 hours, I was able to send 9 students, because there were some dropouts from other schools, to the last certification, and 8 of them got their certification. So that was terrific. We only have 1 more this year, and I got 40 more students that want to go, though.
Everybody, please. Thank you.
Say again, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. So what I want to say is we're funding a lot of things in this district, and and everything's important. And when everything's important, then nothing's important. But I hear over and over again how important CTE is. So just please fund CTSOs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lenz. We appreciate you. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Johnny Hammond.
Welcome, Ms. Hammond.
Chair, Superintendent, and Trustees, my name is Joni Hammond. We need to give him and his organization at the schools more money. That wasn't what I was here to say, but we absolutely need to find money for those kind of things that they rescue a lot of the kids that can't make it in regular education. Now, back to my text. I've continued to be disturbed that the school board meets month after month, spends millions of dollars, over $200 million of taxpayers' dollars, whether it's federal, state, or local, and the quality of education remains the same, 50 out of 50. It's got to be terrible for you to sit here month after month and have people like me come up and say 50 out of 50. In the 8th search in 12 years for a superintendent, what are you doing different? I see you're again spending a lot of money. Are you going to get a different result? I hope you think about that as you go through the next steps. One trustee noted that we who comment do not know what is going on in the classroom. I don't need to be in the classroom to see that our children are dropping out, they're drugged out, they're violent, and the few that do graduate do so without basic life skills. Buying more toys and flashy computers that many of the teachers do not want and do not know how to use is a cash cow. $6 million today, then we'll need continual upgrades at a cost, and teachers will need to be continually trained at a cost. I have yet to see a comprehensive plan with measurable steps that will keep students in schools, keep students safe, and ensure students that graduate have the skills and abilities to live their life.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hammond.
James Bentham.
Welcome back, Mr. Bentham.
Good evening. James M. Bentham for the record. I'd like my comments put in the permanent record. Tonight you were talking about trying to find a new superintendent, one that'll last over 2 years. One thing that I believe will be helpful would be that the school district pass a no-tolerance policy towards all disruptive behaviors, violence, and weapons. Lyon County School District and the Lyon County Sheriff have already come together and passed a no tolerance for school violence or weapons policy that they're implementing. There should be no safe zones for school violence on any of our schools. An article from Channel 3 News about Governor Lombardo states, Governor Lombardo believes in zero tolerance when it comes to school violence and wants to repeal some restorative justice measures currently required in Nevada public schools. As you know, restorative justice is intended for misbehavior. All right, when it rises to a criminal act or an act of violence, that has to have a different standard, said Lombardo. Restorative justice means non-punitive intervention and support for a student, essentially providing behavioral interventions. Lombardo says restorative justice laws handcuff teachers and administrators and have led to increased violence in schools. By passing a no-tolerance policy towards all forms of violence and weapons, you would be working ahead of time before you hire a superintendent to solve this problem. If this is not a problem in our schools, then you can assure this person that they are coming to a school district without these problems. Then they can have informed consent. Also, in my last few minutes, I want to say at the last library board meeting I was at, Frank Perez got up, he was the chairman, and shouted that a person had to stop reading a book that was totally inappropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Bentham.
Charles?
Is it Mr. Charles? Is it Mr. Charles?
Wes.
Wes. Very welcome.
Charles Elliott for the record. I like these.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
Well, thank you. Board members, I thank you for hearing us. I know it's boring to you guys to hear over and over, but please open up your hearts and try to take it in. First of all, we need more teachers like this gentleman back here. They need more money. Instead of debate and all this other classes getting all this stuff, he needs some money for his kids too. Okay, let me get to where I'm started. I only have 3 minutes. I'd love to have a lot more. I apologize to all of my citizens of the state of Nevada and Reno and Sparks. I should have been up here a long time before this. I am embarrassed by our school board. I'm embarrassed by our schools being one of the last in the nation. It bothers the heck out of me, and I could get a little bit more scripted, but I won't. I'm here specifically for the porn books. We have opened up Pandora's box. I, as a male, understand exactly what the hell that is, and we're doing that, and we are not banning books, folks. At the library board and here, we do not want to ban books, but let's put them in an appropriate spot. Come on, guys, we're all grown-ups. I mean, you're all educated, masters and all these things. Come on, let's get our head together and just stop it and do something right. Money versus quality, all kinds of millions of dollars, plus millions of dollars we've had for a new head of the school board and all this other stuff. Let's quit wasting money and utilize what we have. One thing I've got, good, I got a minute left. I was impressed. I want to put a little good stuff in. I was a caucus captain in a caucus location of Dunn Elementary. And I am telling you, what was her name? I think it was Allison and Deborah, her assistant at that school. They are fantastic. I was never treated better in a school than by those two ladies. And we had about almost 1,000 people go through that school, and it was fantastic. So anyway, kudos to that. And I am sick and tired of violence in our schools. You know it. Each one of you know it. And what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do about kids in our schools putting other kids and our teachers? My God, teachers are getting beat up. Everybody's getting messed. Come on, guys. Let's use our flippin' head, grow up, and use our masters and all these other things and get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Victoria Meyer.
Welcome back, Ms. Meyer.
Good afternoon again. Victoria Meyer for the record. Please place my comments in the record. You've been presented with a petition signed by over 1,359 verified Washoe County residents regarding porn and obscene books in our schools. Wake Up Washoe County, Nevada Patriot, and the Community Impact Team of Calvary Chapel spent the summer working to vet these books, read from cover to cover, document them by call number in middle and high schools in Washoe County, so we know they're there. It's documented. We have the documentation. You have heard them read here. They've been read in other meetings. We've been banned from reading them, gavelled down, shut down. I sent each of you a week or two ago links to these books. I made it really easy for you. I sent you an email with the links to the books. Each one of you got it. Click on the link, look at the books. Here's some excerpts from them. I really hope you seem, you're our board members for our children over our schools. And you sit here and look concerned, and then you vote and ignore us. So I'm beginning to question, except for Jeff Church, who I support, and I would like to see him supported on this issue. We'd like to get this on the agenda because the superintendent, not the current, but in regarding book materials, the superintendent needs to complete her job and finish the regs on this issue of selecting material, and it's actually up to the board to direct the superintendent how to do this. So the board needs to get this on the agenda. May I remind all of you that other materials and books may be removed if they don't meet an agreed upon educational suitability or if they are pervasively vulgar. You can get rid of them. The district also places restrictions on movies. It's in your regs. I've read them lots of times. PG-13, R movies. You have restrictions on movies. I do not understand the lack of response from adults. So many people here have spoken today and said so many good things about morals, about sexually aroused children with these books. Please look at the email and look at the books, gentlemen. Okay? And ladies, this needs to be taken care of. We are not going away. This petition is 1,359 strong and growing, and we want action. We want this on the agenda. Jeff Church will put it on. Who will second that motion? Who
Thank you, Ms.
will
Meyer.
stand up
We
and second
appreciate
that?
you.
Who?
Thank
Who?
you, Ms. Meyer. Everybody.
Bruce Foster.
Welcome, Mr. Foster.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the school board, and I am Bruce Foster for the record. I guess you might call me a grandpapa bear, and I wish to, number one, recognize Jeff Church of his efforts to be so transparent, to bring all the broken issues of Washoe County School District to the forefront. And I wish everyone to stand up that supports Jeff Church and those efforts. And then two, I was also a site coordinator at Sepulveda, and I got excellent response from the principal, vice principal there, and the use of the school, as well as making a lot of effort in getting the petition out about the sexually explicit materials that are in the school district, and everyone, which was close to 800 individuals that passed through that school, were absolutely appalled. And I know Trustee Westlake, which she was there as well, I think she saw that explicitly. So the book that I got to read over the summer was All Boys Aren't Blue, which is in your packet. That book, which I probably have emailed all of you about that, are at Galena High School, Hug High School, North Valleys High School, and Reno High School. And the Washoe County Library System was altogether now Summer Reading Challenge of 2023, ages 12 to 18 years old. Can you believe that? Page 266. As we kissed, he began unzipping my pants. This is George Johnson, an avowed Marxist as well. It was clear to me that he wasn't new to this. He reached his hand down and pulled out my dick. He quickly went to give me head.
Please.
I just sat back and enjoyed it, as
Mr.
I could
Foster,
tell he was
please.
too.
Please, sir.
I do have a First
Everyone,
Amendment
I will adjourn
right.
the meeting.
So
Please,
therefore,
we're not. No,
President
please
Smith.
stop. We're almost done with the meeting.
You're stopping me from reading this sexually explicit materials. But the thing is that
I understand. Please,
you have this
we're in a
book
business
available
meeting, everyone.
at your
Please.
schools. Why? And we have to decouple ourselves from the American Library Association, which the president is an avowed Marxist and a lesbian. And if they just had their conference not too long ago, and the keynote speaker was George Johnson, you need to get rid of the ALA and get these books out of
Thank you,
the
Mr.
school district.
Foster.
Thank you. You proved my point.
Everyone, we're in a business meeting. Thank you.
Fred Meyer.
Welcome, Mr. Meyer.
I'd like to also donate
No, sir, we're
this
done.
book.
Please go sit down. Thank you. It is another man's opportunity to speak.
That's
Mr.
okay.
Meyer.
I'll give him a minute.
No, you get your 3 minutes, and those are exactly
Okay.
what you have.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay. So this is our meeting. We are the public. You are the servants. Jeff Church, thank you so much for understanding your public, your constituents. The other six need to focus on him, quit treating him like the redhead stepchild, and start giving him, oh, look at that. Start giving him the respect he deserves. Is there a problem with this? Looks like there is. So, there shouldn't be. You all should treat each other respectfully and listen to each other. You're not listening. So, we are the constituents. There's many more behind us, let us tell you. We are large and in charge, and you will soon see. Jeff Church, I don't know how you do it. I really don't. And I thank you so much for putting up with what you've put up with, continually badgered and beat up by these folks. It's unbelievable. Thank you so much. This is an election year, and we are here to put you all on notice that we are not going to give up. We are strong, and you're going to know it. So remember this, remember these. Be nice to Jeff. He's a nice guy, really. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
The board received an email from Jack.
All right. That closes item 501. And now 502, our next meeting announcement is February 27th, 2024. And that brings us to item 503, adjourning our meeting at 6:45 p.m. Thank you.